Abdullah the Butcher
stepped outside.
This Jack thought it was Rick Steiner, but Abdullah, my gosh, think about what he's experiencing. He's getting cooked, and I think it's well done, guys. What a wild matchup. The ring's even on fire. They use sticks, they use steel. A lot of blood was spilled, and Abdullah felt the power of the chair of torture.
Twisty.
Oh no! You sound like you're in a torture chair.
Yes, I'm currently being cooked in the chair.
And I think you're well done. Ah, you died.
Oh no! Right, gonna have to take the rest of this episode alone then. I'm out of action.
Wow, yeah, you're taken off as a co-host for being too controversial.
So it's October, isn't it? Isn't it?
Oh yes.
Yeah.
The crisp fall air is hitting my skin at unprecedented levels. The leaves are changing. The cold creeps in, and so too do the skeletons. It's Halloween.
Yep. And you might be watching Michael Myers murk a bitch. But please spare a thought for Abby getting fucking fried.
Yeah. Halloween Havoc 1991. The Chamber of Horrors. We're here.
Yes.
And man, what do you think? After we had been embroiled ourselves in 1998 WCW, we turned the clock back, goddamn 7 years to 1991. Yeah. What do you think of the differences in this product?
It's pretty unrecognizable, isn't it? It's even the roster is like so wildly different.
Yeah.
And it's another year much like 1998 where it's like in between stuff that I've seen. So I've seen like some of the pre-Nitro years like 92, 94 and 89 and stuff like that. I might have not seen a damn thing from 1991, and seems to be a bit of a panned year, I believe.
Yeah. Like, this is coming after like Ric Flair leaves due to problems with Jim Herd, Mr. Pizza Man.
The Vice President Jim Herd.
Yep.
And Dusty's the booker.
Dusty's the booker, man. Yeah. So yeah, like it's a year where basically all the stuff that you can think to like shit on WCW at this time and its problems manifest, because you've got like the wacky Jim Herd characters, and Flair isn't here, so we've got a replacement, Lex Luger, who like ain't as good or whatever, and so I think there's a lot that's like its reputation really precedes it, but You know, I watched like 4 weeks of their television and then a pay-per-view, and I really liked it. WCW is awesome.
Yeah, me too. It's interesting when you sort of hear like, you know, mainly the hearsay from mainly the people who were like around at the time. It's always worth making your own mind up with things. You know, maybe if I was there at the time, I'd be caught up in the Ric Flair stuff and be like, "Oh, it's not fucking good enough."
Yeah,
But
yeah.
I wasn't, so I'm not going to get mad about that stuff, am I?
Yeah, yeah. We've probably like seen this ourselves with like you know how emotionally involved we were with like say the Royal Rumble 2015, where you know it's stuff that like affected us, and you know it took I guess like 9 years of reflection to look back and think, you know, oh, Roman Reigns was putting on the twisties, you know, but at the time it was like, man, what the fuck was this guy, you know?
So yeah, I picked this one because I wanted to do a Halloween Havoc for the month of October, and I thought the one where Abby gets fucking cooked in the chair seemed like the most intriguing one to start with.
Oh yeah.
And the oldest show we've covered to date on any podcast.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. We're finally getting out there with the years.
We've finally gone further back than Earworm's King of the Death Matches '97, the first show we ever did.
Yeah, the second ever show that I was not alive for.
Yeah.
Right here.
And the first one for me.
Whoa. So let's quickly go over here what WCW is like in 1981, because this was quite something to me. You know, going from Nitro, Thunder, these two programs, which at the very least were like, you know, stuff that like had like proper substance to it, like every week. And they're also like, you know, like 3 hours, 2 hours, 3 hour specials sometimes, you know. And then we go to WCW 1981, where they have what would later become Saturday Night, but it's now just called WCW, the program. And there's also Power Hour and Pro and Main Event and Worldwide. And aside from Main Events, they're all on Saturday. They all just happen at the same day. And
yeah, like some are in the morning and some, you know, happen after the football, the hand egg.
Yeah, yeah. Like it's not as if it's just some like thing where like, oh, you can't be expected to like watch all these. They'll be like, tune in later tonight to Saturday night. You know.
Yeah. And they're all like an hour, apart from maybe one episode of one of them. I think Saturday night, maybe.
Yeah,
which was
yeah.
like an hour and a half.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
pretty easy to get through.
Yeah, really easy to get through, and I think it really speaks to like the sort of like pre-Nitro lay of the land, and I think you'd get the same thing if like you were watching, I don't know, like Wrestling Challenge in the Fed or stuff like that, where like you turn on the TV and like you're not getting like matches that, you know, are necessarily like an end in of itself. It's all to get you to the shows, because the shows are what matter. You're supposed to buy your ticket to the damn Omni and go there and get your ass in a seat and watch it there. And on the TV at center stage, you're just getting squash upon squash upon squash, and maybe a little arena that's like 5 minutes, and then squash. So it's quite something. Yeah, like there are a couple like differences between the programs. You know, it's mostly original stuff across all of it, but there are some repeats of matches, and especially video packages. They replay video packages a lot. And like let's see, the main differences would be like, so we'll just call it Saturday night, because it becomes Saturday night in next year, so we're not just going to be like, on World Championship Wrestling. I don't know why they fucking do that, honestly. it makes no sense. But so Saturday night,
WCW.
WCW, yeah. So Saturday night, it's just like a normal sort of thing. It always sort of starts with like they're basically missing the last time or WCW voiceover. It's that basic sort of thing where like they see what happened last week, and then it's mainly just matches, segments, not too much special about it. Power Hour has match graphics.
It does,
That's about that. And then it's interesting about Pro because it's not called WCW Pro like it would be in the later years. Instead, it's very much a regional sort of show. So the ones that we accessed were specifically Pro Wrestling New York, and I remember in the sort of downloads I have, there are ones from earlier on that like would be Pro Wrestling, I think Chicago maybe, that like is different, like maybe not different matches but different like commentary and stuff, which is very interesting.
Yeah.
But we have here Pro Wrestling New York, where they make references to New York, and the logo is the Statue of Liberty, which I, as an average American, love.
And yeah, there's not much of a hierarchy in the shows that we're accustomed to these days. Like A shows, B shows, C shows. There might be some that feel a bit smaller than others, but they kind of all have a similar structure of it. Where you get, like, you get one twisty maybe, and then squashes.
Yeah, a lot of squashes. Like even when like Saturday night they like promote something like big, like here's an interview, so like that. Like it doesn't really end up being like much more than what you'd get on like Worldwide or whatever. Speaking of that, Worldwide, still around here at this time, the longest running television program ever at the time of its end. So yeah, it's around here. It's mainly Jim Ross who does the commentating, but on Worldwide, that's Tony Schiavone's territory, and he is there with Magnum TA, who may not be there of his own accord. It feels like.
Yeah, a lot of the shows have JR and Paul Heyman, and Paulie prodding JR works as well as it did 10 years later in Daft Ed.
Yeah.
Whereas Tony and Magnum have much less natural chemistry to them, I would say.
Yeah. It feels often like they are not actually in conversation; they're just saying things at each other. But yeah, meanwhile, like JR is he's really good. He's really good, unbelievably so.
Yeah, hot take.
Yeah,
JR,
like,
good at the commentary.
Like he's wonderful, pontificating and pondering, and also responding to the haters who think he talks about football too much.
Yeah, his sass. Oh, I forgot, I'm not supposed to talk about the damn football. Well, fuck you, I like it.
And it's interesting too, because I don't know how much it speaks to like the difference in like demographic or expected demographic with shows, but so obviously hotlines, they're all the fucking rage at this time in wrestling. In WCW, they've got the hotline, and what you'll notice is on Saturday night, JR will plug the hotline. He says, Lex Luger is sent challenges out to other world champions, and we can't talk about it on air, but you call me on the hotline, and I'll let you know. And then you watch WCW Pro New York, and he's like, Lex Luger challenged Hulk Hogan of the WWF. Hulk Hogan, his WWF ass will not say that whether he wants to fight Lex Luger or not, but yeah, he's from the WWF. And yeah, it's quite something. It's I feel like even still to this day, like years removed from it being such a forbidden thing, that like the WWE's like almost like isolationist policy still makes mentions of like other promotions feel so novel,
Yeah.
Like,
And it's not even like they're going like, oh, the damn Stanford territory. It's just like being very neutral about it.
yeah, yeah,
I've seen him in the WWF. But
yeah.
he's out.
Yeah, like when I can't remember what the exact thing is like, but like when JR is like, oh, he ran your client, me and Mark Callis out of here. He's now the Undertaker. Yeah, it's pretty good, and yeah, like the other people are Missy Hyatt and Paulie Dangerously. Those are sort of like so Paulie is the one who like is often like a co-commentator, but they're both just sort of like, you know, in the wee interstitials they will antagonize JR, and then there will also be Gordon Soley, who is the Wrestling News Network anchor. What did
he's
you?
very,
yeah,
he's very polite, isn't he?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely.
May I suggest that you call your cable operator and order this particular pay-per-view event? Okay, Gordon, if you feel that strongly about it, I will.
Yeah, yeah. You know, like I was talking about before, like I quite like Gordon as a commentator, but you know, like at this point, he is basically like, you know, not very fit to like do huge commentating job because, you know, he is like drunk and stuff. So you know, this is sort of the thing for him, and you know, it's a nice warmth, you know, a warm presence on the show to have like this celebrated, lauded pro wrestling announcer here.
Yes.
Meanwhile, Missy is very charming, and like, you know, in certain times so is Paul Lee. Like sometimes like Paul Heyman like can be like annoying, but I think like his JR chemistry pays off a lot.
Yeah. Also, what happened to his voice?
Yeah.
He sounds actually quite normal here, like the Heyman screech that you associate with him is pretty much not a thing.
Look, if you have to do like 20 rah-rah speeches to convince Spike Dudley to work without getting any pay, your voice will undergo some fucked up shit. Like
Matt Tyson?
Matt Tyson! Stricker, no! There's there's a sort of you know that like picture of like you know, like what's considered like workplace flirting, where like a like handsome dude is like, how's it going, baby, and the lady's like, aw, and then like a fat guy is like, ugh, and it's like, ah. Well, I sort of had a feeling of that with like so like Missy Hyatt has this segment what is called Missy Does the Mail, which you know, she doesn't answer fan letters, she just talks, and the title is as I believe a reference to the act of fornication, because she's a sexy lady. And so when she is
like, does the mail is like fucks the mail.
yeah, yeah. And so when she opens up like, welcome to Missy Does the Mail, I think, oh, you are so charming, you darn little wow. But then when Paul Heyman is like, and to no one's surprise, Missy Does the Mail, I'm like, hello, human resources? So yeah, one of the main thrusts throughout these 4 weeks of October is that it's so funny to see, like, after all the sort of like things that we've heard about the Chamber of Horrors, you and I, through osmosis, through its reputation, the way that the Chamber of Horrors comes to be is not like because like, oh, you and I hate each other so much we must face each other in the Chamber of Horrors. No, they're like, oh, and also at Halloween Havoc, the Chamber of Horrors, we don't know.
Yeah, a lot of mystique around it, and it feels like the only people in it who were feuding would be Sting with Abby and Cactus,
Yes, yes.
and
And
everyone
like
else is just along for the ride.
everyone else is just kind of like there, which I think kind of comes through in the Mets, but we'll get to that later on. And so there's that. That's what like about 8 people are tied up in, and then the main other thing will be that Lex Luger, he is the champion and also a big bad heel who we boo, and he's got Harley Race and Mr. Hughes by his side.
Yeah,
And
it's a good act.
I think so. I like Lex Luger.
I like it. I mean, yeah, I wasn't like directly comparing him to Ric Flair, which probably helps. But yeah, I thought it felt sufficiently big time. You don't see that much of him in like live matches or segments.
No, you don't.
He's got like one squashy.
One squashy that gets replayed 3 times.
Yeah, as does Simmons. So it's mostly just like clips of interviews that they had maybe a few weeks before this.
Yeah, yeah.
And things to hype up Simmons and his hand-egg career.
Yeah, yeah. I think it's a really good thing where like, so Ron Simmons has like this video package that you get really familiar with of him going back to his alma mater of Florida State, Seminole Field and all that. It really feels like some Rocky IV shit, where you see like it's these 2 big hulking dudes, these absolute freaks of athletes. But Ron Simmons, he's got like the grounding of like a school and a community and his coach and like all this inspirational stuff. And then it cuts to Lex Luger, who's like fucking bathed in blue lights and fucking like drenched in sweat doing the leg press like he's fucking Ivan Drago or some shit. It's like it's good. That's basic storytelling, and I really quite like it. Lex Luger also like a really good promo as well. I love how like I don't even know if it's a conscious thing, but he always has his like hands, his like index finger and his thumb up, so that like at all times he's making L for Luger. So like he'll be like, oh, Ron Simmons, you signed for this tag match, not very smart. I will kill you, and it's pretty good. Yeah, so that's going on, and then we also have stunning Steve Austin.
TV champ.
Yep, 1998. He's on top of the world. 1981. He's a damn work rate guy, slumming it.
Yep. Yeah, he's fantastic. Right, he's able to elevate guys that I had no working knowledge of, such as Firebreaker Chip.
Yup. Yeah, like
and gives them a damn TV twisty. Fantastic stuff.
Yeah, like Austin
and,
is
there's
like.
been a lot of TV titles over the years, but a lot of them feel like they're not suited to having that name. Such as Chaos in XPW.
Oh yeah.
He was not seen once defending that belt on television. But Steve Austin, almost like every other episode, he'll defend that belt.
Yeah. It feels like an actual distinction of like what makes this a television belt. They kind of even like refer to that in the show proper, just like how like you kind of have to be a fighting champion because like you just like have to defend it so much because there's so much television, and that does a lot, I think, to help distinguish it from just like mid card belts, and Austin does real well with it. He's with Lady Blossom,
Yes.
who did you know that she's the one who created the Stone Cold moniker?
No, I didn't. I thought you were going to say, did you know that she's the one that you see at every little red light?
Oh, Medusa, do behave. Um, no, like it's so at the time she was wifey and hubby with Stone Cold, right? And so when he was he was getting into WWF, you know, as Austin has said, he was very inspired by the Iceman and such serial killers and stuff. And so the way she tells it in her book, she is like, Austin is like, you know, oh, I'm trying to figure out this gimmick, and I can't think of a damn name and stuff. And then, you know, she's from England, so she made him tea, and like she just goes, oh, better drink your tea now before it goes stone cold. And then from there, the world ever changed.
Wow.
And then
What she went before it goes stone cold, stone cold.
Fucking I'm trying to think like of what the you know how like there'll be like those proposed names for guys from Vince and like they're all kind of suck. Imagine if you're just like, oh, why better drink that tea before it goes icebreaker. You know, during I believe it's Flyin Brian versus Stunning Steve Austin, the Hollywood Blondes encountering each other before that tag team comes along, where Lady Blossom gets involved, and this clip I'm going to play is a little banter between Paulie and JR, which takes on new relevance in this political landscape.
Her shoe, the spike heel of that shoe right into the back of the head of Flyin Brian.
I don't recall Marla ever doing that for Donald Trump. That's why he dumped her. Never helped him out in business meetings.
She was afraid he was concealing some type of foreign object in his eyebrows. What an ugly guy. Elbow there by Stunning Steve. You know, Donald Trump and Lex Luger have a lot in common. They both got a lot of money. They're both very successful. But they're both very, very pompous, in my estimation. Which I know to the average fan means nothing. But in my opinion, they're jerks.
Just a damn orange idiot, Paul.
I have joined the resistance.
Lex Luger's the damn Cheeto in chief.
My goodness. And I think the next week, GR follows up like, oh, I was contacted about my. I was told that the Donald watched WCW last week, which is a good lie. Well, we're at it because that match ends this way: the over the top rope disqualification. What do you think of it? What do you think of it?
Yeah, I mean, I was looking up, and I guess the origins were like when sort of territories mix, it's a way to keep people strong without giving a definitive result. This is not necessarily that though, so I don't know about it really. It takes you by surprise, for sure.
I remember watching some World Class a while back, and World Class had that rule too because, you know, it's an NWA territory, and at that time I sort of understood that, like, you know, you can portray throwing someone over the top rope on purpose as like a thing that, like, oh, that can really fuck them up, you know, that can really cause them to die or whatever, you know. So I get it in that. It's definitely something where, like, though in this case, like, even in 1981, wrestling has progressed to such a point where, you know, like, guys go over the top rope and, like, it doesn't look like they fucking just, like, lawn darted their head into the floor or whatever, you know. They, like, take a nice safe back bump off of the clothesline, and, you know, like, as we'll get to in the show, the whole judgment call aspect is kind of like, okay, we can just stop it there if you want.
Yeah.
So, you know, like, as we're referring to in Chamber of Horrors, like, Sting is not here for a lot of it because he's in New Japan Pro Wrestling for a tour, and, you know, like, I think, you know, there's a lot of guys who feel like they're not here for a lot of the time. Where I talked about Luger and Simmons like not wrestling a whole lot. Sting really only shows up in like the week of Halloween Havoc, and just like a whole lot of guys who kind of get rotated out, like almost like similar to like AEW, except with way less TV time, so it makes sense. So another thing is, what do you think about the Z-Man, Tom Zenk?
Solid little lower mid card usual job boy.
Yeah,
pretty good.
except now he's got a referee license.
Whoa!
And
Why?
yeah, I'm not. I can't remember why. They were like, "Oh yeah, he got his referee's license and passed it with flying colors," and I'm like, "All right, why?" But main manifestation of this, because like, you know, as we'll get to, like, he in the actual show he is just a victim. So in the TV, like, his actual starring role is like Steve Austin has a match with a damn jobber, Greg Sawyer. And he and Z-Man is fulfilling his contractual obligation as referee, and Austin keeps pulling up the heads and being like, no, I will murk him more. And Z-Man, he's starting to get annoyed about it, but then Austin finally wins, and then he, in a fit of arrogance, throws Greg Sawyer over the top rope, and Z-Man's like, hey, I saw that, DQ, reverse the decision. And they're like, oh, Greg Sawyer gets the winner's purse. And I'm like, oh man, why don't they say that every week on all wrestling television ever?
Yeah, very true.
Financial
He should also be in line for a TV title opportunity.
Absolutely, the biggest win of his career. We also have a little cameo from our dearly beloved Axel Rotten.
Yeah. They were from. They can't decide whether it's Manchester or Newcastle.
Yeah.
But the accent that he's attempting is neither.
Yeah, I think it's like he gets announced from Manchester, and then in his promo he's like, "Oh, I'm from Newcastle."
Yeah, and in his debut, the commentary can't stop talking about PN News. So, I think we're going to be seeing Axel Rotten and PN News very soon. Axel Rotten also does like a top rope splash, and he's like, "Oh, what's going to win the PN News splash or that one?"
the Ratmaster splash or the British
It's
bomb.
like they haven't met. Stop stirring shit.
Yeah. So I reckon what the thing would be is, like, they mentioned how, like, PN News, he ran the one-man gang out of WCW because the one-man gang left. And so I think maybe they were like, we can just plug a guy in and continue this. What about Axel Rotten?
Yeah, but it doesn't go particularly well for Axel, does it?
No, yeah, he cuts a promo calling out PN News, and then PN News responds saying he will Ratmaster Splash Axel Rotten. It happens on a house show, and Axel Rotten is his contract is not renewed. From what we were able to scrounge up, it seems like there's like quite a bit of evidence of Axel Rotten being a bit green to the business, being a bit green to the political side of just getting told one thing and doing it, and then
the hugely respected Grizzly Smith told him to go short on a match, and then Dusty was like, "Why'd you go short, Daddy?" He was like, "Well, Grizzly Smith told me." And Grizzly Smith was like, "No, I didn't." So that was him. That was old Axe. Who could expect such horrible behaviour from Grizzly Smith?
Yeah.
I thought he was sound as a pound. You know what I was thinking when I read that? I was like, it would be pretty funny if I put Grizzly Smith on the progly cancelled alumni. Yeah, he worked Flash Morgan Webster, I believe, in 2013.
Oh wow, really? Oh my god.
Yeah, crazy, isn't it?
Damn. cancelled for sabotaging Axl Rhodes' career. The worst crime of all. So, you know, Axl Rotten doesn't work out for him, but I'm glad that like us watching through this TV gave us that little glimpse into a beloved figure of ours.
Yeah, I love eras of promotions where it feels like they're throwing shit at the wall.
Oh yeah,
Like
yeah.
I'm huge on my 2004 SmackDown. I love 95 Fed, and I don't give a fuck what anyone says.
Yup.
And yeah, similar vibes here. Like, should we fucking push this guy? Yeah, I can give it a go. Oh, maybe not.
Yeah. Like
It's
that.
like a very Mordecai vibe to it.
That's the beautiful thing about squashies. You can give anyone a squashy. It doesn't really matter. Just like try it out.
Yeah.
Give them a squashy.
Also, when we try and watch these shows in chronological order, sometimes it doesn't match up. Like their taping schedules are all over the place.
Oh yeah. I found this even today. Like looking up. I think I was looking up like maybe like Terry Taylor's last WCW match. I was trying to look for it, and I found a Power Hour match where it's listed as like being a certain date, and then you go into the show and it's a different date, and you know how a cage match does, where like it says this match was taped on a different date, and so it's like, oh man, what the fuck's going on here? You know, like they really just sort of like just tape a bunch of shit without thinking about like you know, like when it's going down, you know, like later on they at least have like, you know, yeah, like they at least have like just like, okay, we did all this on this day and it's going out 3 months in advance, so it's predictable the way it fucks up continuity wise. Meanwhile here, you don't know what you get into, because like you'll go on a cage match page, and I remember this being the case for like Medusa, because like Medusa ends up like feuding with the other woman wrestler they're pushing, Bambi, and then I go into the cage match and it's like, oh, their match happened like 5th of October or something, you know, and we're just like 3 weeks behind because like they've not showed it on the TV yet.
Yeah, they botched the fuck out of Medusa. She has a match with Leilani Kai the first time we see her.
Yeah.
And good little match. She's definitely playing the white meat babyface in it.
Yep.
Gets over pretty well. And then later on, Steve Austin retains the TV title via cheating.
Mm-hmm.
Who was he facing again? Was it PN News?
It was the Rap Master PN News.
Yeah, he used the Nux, which Lady Blossom hid in her bra. And PN News ain't gonna go fumbling around there. He's gonna he'll be on the progly cancelled alumni.
Yep. There is like precedent of like her doing that, and then like Dustin Rhodes will run and like he can't like, you know, desecrate a lady like that. So this is like the payoff to that of Medusa coming in. And,
she can do it. That's fine.
Yeah, and
it gets a huge cheer, and then the next time we see Medusa, it's I think it's another Leilani Kai match versus Bambi.
Yep.
And Bambi's the babyface, and she just attacks Bambi. It's like, oh, what are Medusa's motives? I don't know. I thought she was just nice.
Yeah.
You didn't have to make her more mysterious, I don't think.
Yeah,
but I guess probably the attacking Bambi came first. But it's hard to say, really.
It's hard to say, especially when like Bambi's not even her focus. Her focus is actually not wrestling at all.
Restless, yeah.
And you know, her beef is with like Missy High, Alexandra York, and Lady Blossom, who she all basically like you know, calls like.
She calls Lady Blossom a prostitute.
A prostitute. She's a prostitute. So you know, that's not very well on, is it?
No.
So yeah, there's that unclear thing, and then even more unclear than that is Barry Windham's allegiance, because you know we come onto TV, Barry Windham.
Oh yeah.
He is baby face, right? The crowd love him. He teams with Ron Simmons, and it's all good. And then they reveal the Chamber of Horrors lineup, and it's like, you know, it's one of those things where like for some reason like there's a whole load of changes to Halloween Havoc, and like they say some of them are due to injury, but I don't think they are. Like they just kind of like fucking change shit around, and until the very night of Halloween Havoc, Brian Windham is scheduled to team with Abdullah the Butcher, fucking Diamond Stud, Oz. These unscrupulous characters. How could you associate with these guys, babyface Brian Windham? And for weeks and weeks, they'll kind of just like vaguely be like, oh, I don't know why Brian Windham's teaming with these guys, and just kind of drop it from there. Don't really investigate it. And then finally, JR one week says, this Saturday night, I'll be interviewing Brian Windham to ask him that question. And finally again, on Saturday night, Brian Windham comes out. He's asked, like, why are you teaming with these unscrupulous characters? And he goes, JR, have you ever seen me walk out here and do an interview with Abdullah and call him my friend? No. Have you seen me come out here with Sting as my friend? No. And the Chamber of Horrors, it's a very electrocuting experience, and the end will be shocking. And that's all I've got to say about that. And he walks off. And that explained nothing!
Yeah.
I don't even understand.
Eventually, it gets pwned the day of the show by the Enforcers.
Yep, which we'll get to. It's a wonderful moment. But yeah.
So there was some titles in the WCW landscape that caught me off guard, such as the Trios titles.
Yep.
I mean,
Yes,
this is literally where the term Freebird Rules emanates from, I believe.
The Freebirds will the Freebirds will is because like it was the NWA tag titles, I think, because the whole idea is, you know, like they're free guys and they can just change in like a 2-man title thing.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Trios is just like, oh, we can all go for it, which is, you know, as I probably told you about, it's very strange because, like, you know, the Freebirds in WCW are not like it's not Michael Hayes, Buddy Roberts, and Terry Gordy. It's Michael Hayes and Jimmy Jam Garvin, and they had to get Brad Armstrong and a mask to be the third guy.
Oh yeah, what was his name again?
Bad Street.
Bad Street. Yeah.
So yeah, they kind of had to struggle to like make the Freebirds fits to do the Freebirds title.
Yeah. But yeah, it just caught me off guard that they had Trios titles, but they've also got mid-card tag belts, the United States Tag Team Championships.
Oh yeah,
which is held by the Patriots. They might have defended it once.
They definitely had like a couple matches where, you know, they were basically squashies. So one of them may have been that.
Why you got mid-card tag belts, bro?
Yeah, it's quite crazy, especially because like they decide like we are going to go for the world tag titles.
Yeah. We realise though we've got some fucking shit titles here.
Yeah.
Let's go for the proper ones.
Yeah, and like you know, like not only is that a superfluous title, but it's a corrupting title. Because all these weeks we see the Young Pistols, Tracy Smothers and Steve Armstrong, as good old boys to say hello to mom. But then on the very night of Halloween Havoc, they're like, we want those US tag titles, we're evil now. So yeah, very fucked up.
And another aspect I was confused by was the feud between the Freebirds and the Enforcers. And I don't know whether it was a continuity thing, but the Freebirds seemed to be like face one week, heel the next. Very strange. Trying to figure them out. I didn't particularly like it. I won't put too much judgment because I know it's not the proper Freebirds, but I don't fucking like Michael Hayes.
Yeah, like I'll fucking qualify this specifically. The WCW Freebirds fucking suck. I hated them. I hated them so much, and like you know, I like world class Freebirds. I've watched the damn Trios matches before with Von Erich family. They're great. WCW, oh, it's terrible. No. They're just like so obnoxious, and it's so sad because like the enforcers are Arn Anderson, Larry Zbyszko, they're fucking great. They're brilliant, absolutely brilliant, and they're fucking stuck in a Freebirds feud. Like, there's
a whole run.
There's a Michael Hazley that he keeps saying, where he says the enforcers, the only thing you need to force is number one, them bubble butts away from the dinner table, and number two, some hair out of that head. So let's just break this down a second. The only thing you need to force, so that's implying that like what they're forcing is in.
Yeah.
And number two, this shit sucks. It's fucking terrible insults, man. Oh, you're fat. No, man, I'm the World Tag Team Champion.
They have a actual unsanctioned match at some point, which is also very confusing.
Yeah,
the referee is just calling it. It's like, but JR's like, well, that's not in the books. Isn't it? Why did I watch it then?
Yeah, like the enforcers are like all set for a squashy against two dudes, and then the Freebirds just come out and beat them up, and then like they're like, we will face the enforcers now. Which I remember the commentary being like, I guess it must have been like Paulie who would be like, oh, like that was such a big opportunity for those two guys, and the Freebirds just took it from them, which I agreed with. That was fucked up for them to do. And then so there's that where seemingly there's like some sort of like tension of like the enforcers being like, no, we'll not give you a title shot, so they have to do this guerrilla tactic stuff, like the unsanctioned match, and also the Screaming Eagles. What do you think of that angle?
Wow, that was a fantastic angle.
I disagree.
I agree with you disagreeing with me saying that, because I wasn't being considered. Yeah, they turn up in masks, claiming to be from Liverpool, England, I think.
Yeah, and like there's.
But they don't even go, all right, lad.
No.
Steven Gerrard like Kenny Dalglish.
Yeah, literally.
Ian Rush is the best.
Literally, fucking the enforcers come out, and then it's time for the Screaming Eagles theme song. Bad Street, I'd like RGA, and then they just come out exactly the same, except with pantyhose on their heads.
Yeah.
Fuck off.
And Paulie's like, wait a second.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you do the science, Paulie. You work that out.
Yeah, because like Paulie is revealed as a liar here, because he had told JR that he had like contacted the Screaming Eagles, and he was going to set up an interview with them, and like their best team in Britain, and also Paul McCartney's here, and then the Freebirds come out in pantyhose, and JR is like, "You're a liar, Paul." Oh yeah, I really trust you now. Haha, he like really rubs it in. It's pretty good. And then we also must discuss Heavy Metal Van Hammer and his music video.
Yeah, it's present on probably most of the episodes.
Yeah,
the same video, just rocking out. All right then.
Yep, he's rocking out. He pins Sergeant Buddy Lee Parker. Good for him.
Yeah, the future torturer of Louis Theroux.
Oh shit! Yeah. Well, he should have gotten Van Hammer to defend him. And yeah, so like he finally debuts as Van Hammer after a lot of premieres of his music video, premiered so much, and it's like something that everyone's excited about. Even the heel Missy Hyatt cannot help but gaze in wonder at his Greek physique. Fucking that reminds me something that like was thinking about a lot, like cause like I've followed Missy Hyatt for years on Twitter, and like watching her here I just like thought like, man, she's like fucking like watching like BGW now.
BJW?
Yeah, like she'll just like be like tweeting like, oh, I'm watching BGW 25th anniversary. Is there any video file that can fast forward? It's 4 hours long.
Oh wow.
Yeah, because she's a damn Wrestling Observer Hall of Fame voter and what have you, which is quite something.
Nice.
So yeah, Van Hammer, he does it turns out that Emi Sakura's been paying tribute to Van Hammer all along, because he does the same We Will Rock You thing to work up the crowd.
Stop, clap, stop, clap.
Sure enough, it gets over. So you gotta give Van Hammer that.
Yeah.
People love the clappy.
We didn't touch much on the Sting and Abby and Cactus feud. Lots of giant gift boxes.
Yeah.
They absolutely love this gimmick. At one point, that's how Abby debuted. I think I might have seen that on a Clash that I watched from September for a bit of context. Yeah, that's how Abby debuted, and then later Sting comes out of one, I believe on the same show. And then what happened on the TV?
So
they pulled out a Sting doll, and Abby was eating the Sting doll.
Yes.
And pulling out the cotton, and at one point he was eating cake with a plastic Sting figure, and smushing it in Foley's face.
Yeah.
Yes. Let me cut my proper.
Yeah. So in the lead up, Sting got murked by Abby out of a gift box, and then I believe he also got attacked by Cactus, who came out of a gift box too. But then mysteriously, the third gift box he opened up was just a nice lady.
Oh.
and so then on the TV Sting's not here, so Cactus has to, in his absence, celebrate his birthday by bringing out a birthday cake, which, as you say, Abby uses a Sting-shaped spoon to eat. And his whole thing is that it's not Sting's birthday, but his last birthday was his last birthday. And then Abby goes
yeah. Yeah, Abby is a mute, and he's fantastic at the facial expressions. Love this pairing of these guys.
Yeah, it's pretty wonderful. And fucking Bobby Eaton is just fucking tearing up with these guys.
Oh yeah.
I think one of the absolute best things.
I really want to see that match they just showed a 20-second clip of versus Abby, where it starts and he's just fucking wailing on his head with a chair.
Yeah, the very first Saturday Night episode that we watched shows Bobby Eaton versus Abby, and 20 seconds of it. It's the hottest shit ever. It looks so fucking sick. And then just a really good feud. Yeah, wonderful to see all of these guys.
Yeah. Then we got Dustin Rhodes. He's fucking great.
Yeah.
Don't wrestle as regularly as some, but I guess there would have been some sort of controversy behind Dusty being the booker. It's is this nepotism? Is he ready? He seems fucking ready, although it is kind of strange when you hear him trying to speak with the same intonations as Dusty.
Yeah, he's definitely still growing.
He's not found his own promo voice yet. Yeah,
still growing into who he became. And yeah, he still is really good. Love the trios of him, Big Josh, and the Z-Man as the trios champions.
Yeah.
All I've seen of the trios titles is they didn't have any teams; they were just guys slapped together. I love guys slapped together in trios matches, man. It's great.
Then we got PN News. He has quite a lot of squashies, and he seems to have a gimmick where they play his music as he's in the air for his finish.
Yes.
At first I thought I was watching an out of sync video, but then it happened again and again. So I was like, wow, interesting. Could have got the best fucking near fall and grappling history from that, probably.
Yeah. Like that.
They were playing his music. They were so certain.
Yeah, yeah, that would be pretty sick. PN News, he's not half bad at rapping, I think.
Yeah, it's a solid little tune.
Yeah, yeah, and people
Crowd
love.
gets really into it. Yeah.
Absolutely, they love saying "yo baby, yo," and yeah, like even like a big old guy like that, like 400-pounder, and he's wrestled like a couple minutes of a match, and he's still got crowd enough to just like do another rap.
Yeah.
It's quite amazing.
And then, oh yeah, they do it. They do their own top 10 wrestlers list, like us, but also like Gabe. Gabe did the top 10 in like 2003. He was influenced by this.
That's true. Yeah, like specifically singles contenders. So you never see the enforcers on here, for example, because it's just singles. And I really like how they do it because it's all contenders. Like it's presumed that Lex Luger, the world heavyweight champion, is at the top, and number one is just like the utmost contender, who I don't like. I think maybe Sting is always number one because he's the US champion. Like always kind of puts him in top contention. But it's a simple sort of hierarchy, and it's also where you kind of get reminded of, like I was saying before, about how like guys will just kind of like disappear because like we never see Elegante. And he just kind of just like falls off of the list slowly.
Elegante, get yourself a match, bro. Come on, you're slipping down the list.
Yeah, like that.
You could have been next in line.
Like he doesn't just like fall off the list after appearing on it. He starts at 4, and then like the next week it's
7.
like, yeah, and then like it's like
and then he's off.
falling down 2 places on the list. El Gigante from Argentina. It's like, oh man. What's happening here?
Yeah, he might have been like, I don't know, like maybe like a semi-part-time guy or something. So it's kind of hard to justify him being on the top 10 with the guys who are battering people every week, like Austin and shit.
Yeah, I must wonder what the championship committee of WCW is like formulating these lists. Like, El Gigante is not wrestling a month, but he is very tall, so I'll just knock him down two ranks.
Yeah. And then we've got I really love Rick Steiner struggling to communicate. It's the it's the Steiner cadence that we all know and love, but a bit less intense, but with the familiarity of points where the sentence that he's saying just breaks down entirely from his mush mouth. yeah,
he's unintelligible. It's
I don't know what Scott's doing.
He's injured. He comes back at Havoc.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, and so it's an odd sort of period for Rick where we see him either doing the squashies or he interacts with the enforcers. He's got a good match
with Arn. Yeah.
Oh, that's absolutely great. Yeah, it's just a really good match. And kind of like you're kind of wondering where exactly it's going, because like he starts off with Arn, then he has a match with Larry, and then he has a handicap match against the two of them, and that gets disrupted by the Freebird. So it's like, okay, here's where the storylines converge, and then he's all focused on the Chamber of Horrors, as he should be.
That's right, as he should. Yeah, I learned that Luger's pile driver is called the Attitude Adjustment.
Yeah, what do you think of that shit?
I was hoping to pull out the 5-knuckle shuffle, but sadly no. There's a tag squash where Mr. Hughes, I believe, did nothing, which is pretty cool.
Oh yeah, absolutely. What do you think of Mr. Hughes? You like this guy?
It's difficult to say, really. I did show you that clip where he was just extremely ponderous doing corner punches. He'd be like, punch. Punch. Another punch, yes. Okay, baby, I Irish whip you now, perhaps.
He benefits from a methodical pace.
Yeah. An interesting character. I think probably good in his role as like a stooge.
Yeah, yeah.
So another note I got is that referee Nick Patrick looks huge.
Oh yeah.
He's like as tall as some of the wrestlers. Though I feel like I've never noticed this previously, because
Yeah.
here he's wearing like a proper tight fit ref shirt. Makes him look ripped. Damn, he looks like a special ref.
Yeah, and then like he's got like a huge big old mullet as well.
Yeah.
That's like 2 inches to him.
So I did these notes like episode by episode, and all I've got for the 12:10 Power Hour is Zan Panzer, Zan Panzer, Zan Panzer, Zan Panzer.
Zan Panzer was a pretty good jobber.
Jim Ross was saying his name a lot. I was like, damn, his name really is Zan Panzer.
Yeah, yeah. Let's take a second for the jobbers of this month of TV. You know, you've got Zan Panzer, the Masked Man, in a big old shocking pink number. Let's see, you've got Bob Cook, the wonderful Bob Cook, and then we also have, let's see, Jesse French and Scott Sadlin, along with Mike Fever, and then who could forget Doug Summers, Pretty Boy Doug Summers.
Doug Summers, yes.
And there, Paul Lee, Rip Rogers.
Yeah. Rip Rogers before his tweeting days.
You know,
He seemed pretty fun. He's good. Maybe we should all listen to him and take his words as verbatim.
Yeah, like I'm pretty sure
His
like
gospel.
I feel like I like read back in the day like Randy Orton be like, oh, Rip Rogers is fucking great, and, you know, like as the main guy who other wrestlers are like, he's the best wrestler ever. I think Randy Orton's qualified to be like, this guy's the best wrestler ever, and so I'll be like, yes, the bad tweeter is good at wrestling. And then fucking John Faulkner, fucking all these guys, they jobbing.
They be the job boys.
Yeah.
There's a bit during Pillman versus Austin. Really emphasizes how different it would be 7 years later, because JR says that Lady Blossom has two big things going for her, but then neither him or Paulie makes like a explicitly worded joke about her tits.
Yeah, yeah. You know, they're definitely not invulnerable from like being like cheeky cunts with it, but like that would be a, you know, it doesn't even cross.
They'd have to hammer it home in '98, you know.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, breasts.
Yeah. I like JR's. I like his principles. I'm just thinking about how whenever Lady Blossom's there, JR always goes on a rant about like, you know, the managers shouldn't even be ringside. They should do their work backstage. You don't see the football coach come out on the field.
And we've also got the York Foundation featuring the computerized man of the 1990s.
Oh.
What does that mean?
It means he uses the computer.
Oh, right.
Yeah, like it's very funny to like see a computer gimmick in you know, like the, you know, like this would probably be like maybe like the last decade or so before like computer literacy in some fashion becomes like absolute consensus shit, where you know,
so they're amazing, especially Thomas Rich and Terrance Taylor.
Yep.
But I guess the fact that they've elongated their names, is it like they're nerds? I was a bit unclear on like what the actual gimmick is.
Oh no, so like Alexandra York, who is Terry Runnels, later becomes that in the WWF. She's like a hoity-toity like type, you know, like a yuppie, right? Mm-hmm. And so Terry Taylor and Thomas Rich and Ricky Morton, all sort of like you know, like yokels, they like join this due to like money. They sell out, and suddenly they're sophisticates as well. So right. You know, they're cosmopolitan and metropolitan and all that, you know, and so like, you know, they're proper. Terrance Taylor is the one who I think like best fits into this. He really transforms himself and like always looks the part.
Yeah.
Ricky Morton, to like, you know, like he speaks like kind of properly. Thomas Rich, he's just a country bumpkin. It's lovely. It's fucking lovely. Like, because you know, Alexandra York, she like has very careful diction. She talks with absolute enunciation. She always pronounces her T's. And then Thomas Rich goes, "I don't like kissing babies, and I don't like you, Dustin Rhodes. You better get ready, boy." And it's spectacular.
Yeah, good thing going there. I hadn't seen much Terry Taylor, and it really hammered home, like, damn, Vince really did make this motherfucker a rooster. What are you doing?
Yeah.
He's
like,
really good.
Uh-huh. Like, okay, I know that most people now will be like, oh, I know him as backstage guy, and he a fucker, and that's fair. He's a really good wrestler. He's a really great wrestler. Just absolute mastery of the fundamentals.
It's true.
And so too are Richard Morton and Thomas Rich. Basically like a guaranteed twisty, as we'll get to whenever they're on screen.
So another guy who turns up a lot is Big Josh.
Big Josh.
He later forms a friendship with PN News. His outfit is like, he's got like workman boots on. Yeah. And he does like the big stompies on his opponents.
Yeah, like he's rolling a damn log in the woods.
Yeah, he seems like a good little mid-card face here.
And so like I love Matt Bourne incredibly. He's like he's a really incredible wrestler. It's very funny to think about how, you know, Doink, right? Doink is always portrayed, even when like it's the second Doink, as like, you know, he's a clown, but he's very skilled at amateur wrestling. Don't underestimate this clown and his wrestling skills. And WCW,
such a sick gimmick.
WCW
wrestling clown.
WCW takes this guy who, you know, like it's already like proves himself as like a big old wrestler. It's Matt Bourne, including it at their first WrestleMania, and they're like, we will give you the gimmick of a woodsman who don't know what wrestling is. And so you see Matt Bourne do Matt Bourne stuff, you know, like take a guy down, throw him, do holds, and they have to be like, wow, Big Josh has really improved. He's learned the grappling a bit. And you know, it's like we see Big Josh here after, you know, like he's no longer bringing out the bears.
yeah, that would be something that I've only really seen like a brief clip of.
Yeah.
But yeah, thankfully we didn't have to see that there.
Yeah.
A fucking drugged out bear.
It's interesting to like how Big Josh's personality is, because I remember watching a promo where he was like talking about bringing in the bears, and like you know, as like Doink, he really explored you know, just like this like sick and twisted sort of psychology. But even as Big Josh, who's like a babyface, just like hearing him, you know, talk about like, oh, don't worry, kids, the bears, you can go right up to them. Yeah, it's fun. And he sounds like fucking Pennywise, you know? Like, this guy, he is just like, he's so effortlessly menacing, almost, you know? And I think that charisma really carries through a lot in the TV, because the main storyline that Big Josh involved himself in is that Tommy Rich and him used to be best buddies. They would hunt and fish together like average Americans. And then Tommy goes corporate, becomes Thomas, and suddenly he ain't got no time for Big Josh no more. And Big Josh is like, what the hell, Tommy? And Tommy's like, I'm Thomas now. And, you know, then like big personal fire between them at all times when they ring together. And
they could have done it where he joins up with the York Foundation and becomes Large Joshua.
Yeah. large Joshua who chops trees only with the finest technology.
And also got Johnny B. Bad. He mostly has squashes.
Yeah.
Feels like, so he's a heel, but it kind of feels like he could just easily be a babyface. And I believe that it probably is not too long until he is.
No, yeah.
Because they like his style.
Yeah. Like he's got a
His
very
pizzazz.
He's got a very flamboyant entrance, and yeah, like he's got like makeup on and stuff. I remember there's an episode of Worldwide where Johnny Bad comes out, and Tony Schiavone says, "Johnny Bad, the finest athlete in WCW." And there's a bit of a pause, and then Magnum T goes, "You said he's fine. I'm not touching that." Like Tony has like quite a few bisexual moments. We'll get to.
And yeah, his finisher is a left hook. Usually it looks pretty good as well.
Yeah.
Like he pretty much catches them like right on the side of the neck.
Yeah. It's a good sort of punch. I think it's interesting how they, like sort of like I was talking about Big Josh. Like they always emphasize how, like, oh, he's no longer just relying on his boxing. He's learned grappling. He's incorporating grappling moves. It's not just a boxer anymore. It's a very interesting approach to take, especially when his finisher is still the punch.
Yeah. Got Ron Simmons. Didn't actually realise that he was like retired Jersey level of good at hand egg.
Yeah.
I always assumed that the wrestlers that used to be American footballers, I assume that they just didn't get drafted one year or got an injury or something. It seems to be the way that it goes most of the time. But no, he's great. He was amazing apparently.
Oh yeah. Like he gets like a fucking Hughes welcome at Florida State. He's got a fucking portrait and shit. In that video package, he goes to his old coach, Mr. Bowden, who goes, so that's good for him.
We already touched on Axel Rotten, but I did write that he badly needs Ian to save him by forcing his head into a scorching hot 1990s light bulb and then cutting a respect promo.
Yeah, like it is said to be pretty important this run, because this is like, how he gets that Paul Heyman connection and how he ends up in ECW with his bro Ian, and they do Type A deathmatch together. Oh my god. So
yeah,
you never know how significant chapters in your life are going to be.
Yeah, it's true. And then we got someone else we see quite a lot is Mike Graham. I found this guy quite an intriguing person to learn about.
Oh yeah.
So he's the guy who said Jeff Jarrett broke 1,000 guitars and never drew a dime.
Yep.
Jeff Jarrett seemed to ignore this comment mostly.
Yeah, like when I was like reading into it, Jarrett, he's a very diplomatic sort of guy, and so he like had maximum deference to like because like Mike Graham, son of Eddie Graham,
yes.
And like both guys end up committing suicide amidst like mental health issues, and so Jeff Jarrett's like, I know they're going through the issues, so it's fine. I remember that too with like when how like Vince buys WCW and his first order of business is like, I'm going to fire Jeff Jarrett, he's fired, fuck him. I always remember hearing that like Jeff Jarrett watched that, it's like haha, and then he left. So like it's like water off a duck's back for Jeff Jarrett, all these barbs.
Yeah, good stuff.
But yeah, like so
Mike Graham's an interesting case in this TV, because he seems to be like lower mid card.
Yep.
But he does not get the sort of response that you would want from a babyface in that position. Like, there's a match where he's tagging with Flyin Brian versus the York Foundation, and he's not bad. He's got some stuff, but he's quite old looking. He's got that sort of older wrestler, slightly flabby thing going on, and the crowd just don't give a shit. So when Flyin Brian is doing his stuff. Flyin Brian's outstanding, by the way.
Yeah, yeah.
So when he's doing their stuff, they'll be like, "Rah!" And like, these are great vocal crowds most weeks as well.
Oh yeah.
Lots of female presence and stuff. And then he'll tag in Mike Graham, and then just be like,
Yeah.
like
yeah.
the hype train just stops. You know, I looked at his Strigger page, and you know, lots of people were going like, "Oh, fucking shit, Nepo baby," and stuff like that. Maybe not those exact words, but yeah, it's like, yeah, he's not bad, but he should probably just be in the same role as like Doug Thomas and stuff.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like
if, a capable jobber.
Yeah, like if you put him in a lineup with like like Bob Cook and stuff, like he wouldn't stand out much. So you know, it's hard to kind of like think of like how he gets that sort of positioning. Even this like meager sort of positioning where he's not like a pushed guy or anything, but he is a guy who gets like matches where he's competitive. Like it's hard to think of anything else other than the nepotism.
Yeah, there's this one episode. I think it was Saturday night, where it's like half hour longer than the rest.
Yeah.
And rather than having like more actual content, they just seem to elongate the matches. And he has this one with Austin that feels proper long, and it's not bad, but it's just like proper long, considering what we've been conditioned to watching.
Yeah.
It's like, damn, Austin, why aren't you just grabbing the nuts now and putting them away?
Yeah, like he
Why
really
did it take you 6 minutes longer?
He really works at Indian Deathlock, so he does.
I know someone who's very inspired by that.
Oh my god, Paul Levesque, Chief Content Officer for WWE, get out of here!
Okay, I'm sorry.
Meanwhile, John Paul Levesque, loyal WCW employee, you get in here, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
And yeah, there's the match with Z-Man, and I'm not sure if you mentioned, but he's really sweaty in that ref outfit.
It's
like immediately.
Fucked. How does that happen? How, Z-Man, what were you doing in that ref shirt? You come out and like the shirt is sticking to you. It's like 75% of the shirt is just like damp, and like you're just like jogging out like that. It looks fucking peculiar, sir. What's going on?
It does indeed. Continuity fail. It's been sort of well established to us by this point that Bill Kazmaier's finish is the weird upside down bear hug. But on one episode, like a week before the pay-per-view, they're like, Magnum TA's like, I've seen this guy in the gym recently, and he's going to debut a new hold tonight. Mark my words. I was like, oh man, I wonder what it's going to be. And Tony's like, oh my, that's got to be the new move. It's like, no, I saw that. Redub it. You've had weeks to do it.
But, you know, Magnum saw that, and like he doesn't respond or anything. I don't think. I think he saw that, and like, you know, on one side, he's mad that Bill Kazmaier lied to him, and number two, he hears Tony Schiavone talk and is just stewing about it. So it's a bad time for him seeing that go down.
Yeah. Anyway, we see a fair bit of Bill Kazmaier. He has a nice face. I like him. yeah, he does. The world's strongest man, Bill Kazmaier. He's got like that whole belly. Yeah, strongman legend.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the way they present him, I think, is done in anticipation of people thinking he's shit. You know, because like I noticed, like in a lot of like, you know, some of the matches, they'll always talk about like how, you know, like, oh, the scientific wrestling is not his thing. He's just gonna come at you with power. So don't expect him to be good, fans. Please.
He wrestled for a year. I feel like everything I read about him was so harsh. I read this like I was trying to look up like why did he stop wrestling. I couldn't find anything about it. But I found like his entry on WrestleCrap.com was like really fucking shit and unfunny. It's like Mark Henry wasn't particularly good in 1996, It took him maybe 10 years to start having the fucking faunas and shit.
Yeah.
So you never know. If he stuck around, maybe he got the fucking faunas in him.
Yeah, exactly. And like
Just like so unnecessarily harsh the response to him seems to be.
Yeah, I mean, like, I think, you know, wrestling fans really struggle with just, like, I know that, like, WWE storylines make one so cynical to the idea of letting something play out, but, like, it's not even like, you know, oh, I have to suffer through this. You don't have to suffer through it. It's a guy who's a bit, like, you know, he's, like, maybe not all there with the pro wrestling that he's just started, but you get to see him grow.
He's got some basics. He can skin the cat.
Yeah.
He can do the torture attack. He only needs the basics at this point. It's not like they're going 20 minutes with him.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, always a sort of charming guy, and I like his insertion into the Cactus Jack and Abby feud.
Yeah. So there's a segment that we see on probably every episode where some guy tries to rob Paulie and Missy Hyatt.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So and then he gets cracked over the head with his phone.
So the WCW journalism division has to be deactivated, I think, because they don't get results. Every week, you get not only the Wrestling News Network going slowly, you also get the Halloween Havoc Control Center that is specifically hyping up Halloween Havoc, and where he suggests that you subscribe to this pay-per-view with your cable provider. And they want to know what the Chamber of Horrors is. There's many mysteries in Halloween Havoc.
Don't find out.
Who's the Creatures? Who's the Phantom? But the Chamber of Horrors is the main one. And they send out Missy Hyatt and Paul Heyman. And the whole idea is that, like, you know, they're just going around the United States. First it's like it's in Secaucus, then it's in Dallas, then it's in New Jersey. And all the segments are directionless because Missy and Paul Heyman, they go to this place and they're like, oh, where's the Chamber of Horrors? I don't see it. And then they do bits of each other. And then that's it, right? But the fucked up thing is, the first week, it cuts to them getting, like, mid-mugging, right? And then, you know, the guy's like, hey, you're from World Championship Wrestling. Oh, I'm on TV? I can do impressions. And then Paul Heyman murders him with a phone. And, you know, that's all right and stuff, you know. But then week 3...
It was after the first time.
Yeah,
like 10 times.
After some variation, they're like, oh, let's go to Missy and Paulie to see what their latest adventure is. And it's that one again. And then it keeps being that one over and over again. And it's like, okay, all right.
Yeah, you haven't got any new findings to show us? Come on.
Yeah, no.
Film like 4 of these at least.
Yeah, like Paulie taken off the year for being too controversial. I would take him off the year for giving me this fucking bullshit. If I'm Ted Turner, I'm like, where's the Chamber of Horrors? I want the Chamber of Horrors.
Yeah, I couldn't figure out, like, was there a point where he was controversial?
You know, he's like...
or they were just fabricating that, probably.
I think they're I'm unsure, because I'm sure, like, you know, he does a lot of... you know, like, antagonizing, and I'm sure, like, a bunch of his, like, you know, maybe, like, him being like, oh, that was an unfair treatment that Mike Tyson got in the justice system. You know, maybe that probably turned some heads or whatever, but, you know.
Yeah. There's a good little Abby and Cactus squash where they jump the Job Boys, so they're bringing out just, like, an Abdullah the Whoa!
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, there's another giant mystery box gift angle, but this time Abby pulls out a Sting doll, starts eating it, pulling the cotton out, and then Cactus drops an elbow on it. And this really offends Tony Schiavone for some reason.
Yeah, he's like,
oh, this is sick! It's alright, it's alright, Tony, it's just a doll. Sting is okay.
Do you like...
Oh, he pulled out Sting! He shrunken Sting! And now he's eating him.
And then they're going to eat me. Oh my god. Do you like Gary Michael Capetta?
Yeah, he's good. Yeah.
I love him. It's a very sort of like recognizable cadence to me. I always like how he most ring announcers, they say like the following contest is scheduled for one fall, but he frames it like a question and answer. He's always like, this contest, it is scheduled for one fall.
Yes.
Just a little thing I like.
One fall.
No, Broadley, no.
If they got him as a guest announcer for Broadley.
Well, wrestling fans, wasn't that a great fauna?
There's the segment where I felt that they took a great week of introducing Medusa and threw it in that trash.
Mm-hmm.
When she beats up Bambi, and then she cuts a promo in an interview with fucking Eric Bischoff, who is very weird to see in this role.
Yeah, you can't escape him.
She insults the other ladies in WCW. Miss York has a podgy turned up nose. Lady Blossom is the one that you see at every corner with a little red light. Fucking prosy.
Yup.
And I was like, how am I supposed to feel about this? Genuinely.
Because
I am average American in 1991. I let WCW define how I view women. They're all catty bitches who hate each other, and they're all fucking sluts.
Yeah. It's it is quite disappointing because I think that you could have like the beginnings of a nice division if you had like Medusa's good, Bambi seems pretty good, and then you have the glamour gals too, Judy Martin and Leilani Kai. They're great. They provide good competitive squashes in the matches they have, and I'm sure it'd be pretty easy to like drama something too. But like what we see here is basically the start and end of it. Because, Medusa becomes Paulie's right-hand lady, and Bambi just, like, goes away, and so do the glamour gals. They just, like, kind of fuck off, too. And then it's not until Gaia Japan gets involved with WCW that we see that women's in, like, that sort of way. Again, it's just Sherry bumping around for Hulk Hogan.
Yeah. And still, like, a very similar premise of, like, Medusa wrestling a manager, a male manager, instead of, another female competitor.
Yep.
Apart from that one fucking squash of Sherry, that was amazing.
Yeah.
One of the most fun things about when you watch lots of TV from the original, like, tapings is fucked audio.
Oh, yeah.
We saw it last time with that episode of Worldwide that had Barbarian versus Evan Courageous, and it was the remix.
Yeah.
So we got an episode where for the first 5 or so minutes, Jim Ross and Harley Race sound like aliens. They're like,
yeah. It's pretty good.
Yeah, good time. Fucking. Right, Wyndham, hype Vader's return.
Yeah, Vader also in Japan, and eventually they do like a bit more of a video package for him. But the first time, Jim Ross on Power or whatever is like, let's have a look at Big Van Vader who's returning to WCW, and then it shows Vader doing the thing of his helmet where it shoots up into the air, and then, okay, that's it. We took a look at Vader.
Let's look at Vader now. Just shows a still JPEG. Perhaps squatting in a bathtub. He's got his hand up like, leave me alone.
I think he only had to resort to the bathtub after they took away his helmet, which was his potty.
Someone clearly told Jim Ross that he talks about hand egg too much, and he is fucking salty about it. I don't know whether that was like fans writing in or something, or whether that was like Jim heard, or who knows.
I wish we had like.
He's like, I'm sorry. I like the hand egg. It's my favorite sport.
It must have been on the hotline. I wish we had like all the like recordings of like those those sessions or whatever, because I bet like you know, whenever we did like call-ins, like man, like you know, I remember like that like there was like episodes of WF Livewire that JR hosts. Like he's like not having a good time because everyone's like asking about WCW, and he's just like, oh well, they suck and Hulk Hogan's old. Bye. And then another one is like, hey, what about WCW? He's like,
Big Josh and PN News become a tag team. Very, like, feels obviously like very thrown together, but it kind of immediately works at the same time.
yeah,
They seem to have a solid chemistry, decent rapport. It's endearing, especially when Big Josh tries to join in with the rap. And it's a very simple rap that's hard to screw up, but he manages to do it.
yeah. And then
That's okay.
and JR is like, maybe Big Josh should stick to cutting down trees and hunting instead of rapping, because he sucks.
I think you should team with XPW Shady. Yeah, I like the thought of Big Josh trying to join in with like an Eminem, like that kind of fun.
Oh, Big Josh corrupted by
Where's
Southern
PN News? He's locked it in my basement.
Oh man, PN News is like, man, what rap act would you like in PN News to? What is his most direct influence? Would you say?
Well, it would be the sort of mid-80s movement, wouldn't it? That came off to like Grandmaster Flash,
Yeah.
Run DMC.
Do you think he would have been signed to Ruthless?
It's quite possible. Let's see, we're getting towards the end of the telly now. The Patriots have made Larry Zbyszko believe in evolution. Because they are like the slime. When he heard about the slime that made human beings, he was like, nuh-uh. But then he saw the Patriots, he was like, you know what? I'm an atheist now.
A couple decades ago, Charles Darwin came up with the theory of evolution. You know, like this really links back to XPW. It's like Crimson, you know, Crimson and Larry Zbyszko, the two scholars on Charles Darwin in wrestling. It reminds me that a thing I have noted down here is there's one Enforcers match where Larry is jaw-jacking to someone in the crowd, and he says verbatim, "Listen, you fat slob, if you eat more, you could probably get even fatter, idiot." Just a delight.
Yeah, so this is the episode where like the matches have been elongated, and it feels unjust. It's not like they booked like bigger matches for it.
Oh no,
It's just like same kind of matches as usual, but yeah, the Young Pistols versus Buddy Lee Parker and Rick Cates, who had no Strigger Page, so he came from the strip club. This should last for 80 seconds, but it doesn't. It lasts for ages.
Yeah.
But what saves this episode is the main event, which is actually very short.
Yeah, I was wondering if that was this episode where like it's like a peek into like what would become such a trademark of WCW. You get Sting and Beautiful Bobby versus Cactus Jack and Abdullah. Such a great sounding match, and it gets like 5 minutes left. The match hasn't started. Oh,
Yeah.
what the fuck, man? You gave so much time to fucking Big Graham.
Yeah, and I'm not necessarily complaining because the match still ends up as a mega twisty.
Oh yeah.
But damn, you could have given it a bit more and just cut that Mike Graham match down a bit. Yeah, Cactus Jack. Turns out he's very good at bumping. I don't know if anybody's ever, sort of noticed this, but
Yeah.
he's incredible at it. He immediately takes a big back body drop down just this big ramp that's present over the guardrail, and then
Yeah.
He takes another one off the apron, I believe. He's crazy.
I was thinking a lot when I was watching Cactus. I remember recently seeing the old Hulk Hogan interview on Off the Record with Michael Landsberg, that old show where a lot of wrestlers got interviewed, and I think it's 2000 where he's being interviewed about Mick Foley, and he's saying basically oh, I didn't have to prostitute my body to become a star like he did, and I was sort of thinking about that, watching Cactus Jack throw himself around and thinking, those sort of big showy bumps will attract attention, but I think Hulk Hogan did prostitute his body because he has no spine now because he did a leg drop, and he's also entirely fucked up. So I think that he, you did sacrifice your flesh for the sport.
There's no
didn't do it in a showy way.
There's no escaping the effects of grappling. You will get a fucked up something or other. It's a guarantee. And Jim Ross really enjoys calling Theodore Long Peanut Head, which I like.
Yeah.
There's damn peanut head on the apron now.
Yeah. Teddy Long, quite an interesting presence here. Very sort of he's a big hype man for Johnny B. Bad. I always tell him, let him know you're a bad man, and then Johnny B. Bad was like, I'm a bad man. So good job. And I also like how much JR hates all the referees. You see Peanut Head remind me of him being oh, there's Randy, don't call me Pee-wee Anderson, fucking up again. Look at the action, ref. Fuck.
Yeah, there's so many distraction and interference finishes, and he is damn tired of this officiating.
Yeah. I think it's obviously a bit of a not the most creatively inspired thing, but the commentator being there and thinking what the fuck with this shit. I think that kind of helps with the prominence of him.
Yeah. And then I could skip over to my last TV note here. Is that Missy Hyatt's hair and makeup was done by Super Hair 313, in case you were curious.
Yeah.
Don't know if that's still an organisation that's still around, but look it up if you want to look like Missy Hyatt.
Yeah. Do you remember Missy Hyatt's response to Medusa?
Vaguely, but you should.
Yeah,
tell me again.
Medusa says her whole piece, and says Missy Hyatt is like this and that, and then Missy Hyatt is like, don't you talk, Medusa, because I know how to deal with people like you. So I really don't know what it's all gonna build to, because I don't know if Missy Hyatt ever wrestles, does she? She's just a manager. So
didn't she have an arm wrestling match with Paul Heyman or something?
That sounds.
But my suspicion is that it's building to nothing, because they don't necessarily have their shit together with the continuity.
Yeah, let's see. Oh, she had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 matches in WCW, culminating with the Great American Bash, where she and Rick Steiner defeated Arn Anderson and Paulie Dangerously in a steel cage.
Wow. When is that?
That's July of this year, 1991.
Nice.
Yeah.
July of this year?
Yeah. And then before that, she was in the UF, the UWF, and also World Class, where she fought with Sunshine.
Nice. So that is pretty much my TV notes there.
Nice.
We can now get on to the TV Twisty Listy.
Yes, that's right, fans. We'll be right back, and we'll have a look at the Twisty Listy.
You never got to stop me doing it. I've been wrestling all my life. At the end of the day, you should be picked people on talent, not because they give you a little twist.
Alright, fans of Twisty Listies here now. So my list starts off with the WCW six-man tag team titles being defended on the October 5th Power Hour, with the champions Big Josh, Dustin Rhodes, and the Z-Man Tom Zink versus the entire York Foundation, Richard Morton, Terrance Taylor, and Thomas Rich. This was like the first big look at the York Foundation that I got, and instantly I was spellbound by them. Just three guys who are so incredibly capable of like being basic fundamental heels, like all the sort of fun shit that you'd want out of a Southern tag, the stalling, the begging off, the shenanigans. It was all here, and obviously the baby faces more than capable in their role. Next up is also October 5th, except it's pro, is Tracy Smothers versus Bob Cook. Nice little match.
Nice. Featuring
the karate kick. And then on that same episode of Pro, Big Josh defeats Dan Panzer. I like it.
Zan Panzer?
Zan Panzer.
Zan Panzer now. Zan Panzer, Zan Panzer.
Zan Panzer. It's like how Bret Hart was his Bill Goldberg. And then the main event of that very same Pro, Flyin Brian and Bill Kazmaier versus Abdullah the Butcher and Cactus Jack. My first look at Bill Kazmaier. Not a whole lot from him here, but enough that I thought, like, he's got something here. And then Flyin Brian there to like take a whole load of bumps. Like, I remember this being quite a violent encounter, as far as like something that WCW is very good at here is like giving weight to stuff. Where like they can take like a bump into the rail and really make you feel like, oh shit, this is bad, And so then we go to the very same day, worldwide, Beautiful Bobby versus Cactus Jack. Bobby Eaton is an immense competitor, and he gives it to Cactus Jack, gives it the fuck to him. Just like so many punches, so much fire. I think it's really something how he's going to be the loser. He's not going to be involved in the feud, but he still is just able to like get the crowd so alive for the possibility of him beating up Cactus Jack. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
Then we go into main event, which is October 6th, a day after. Oh! And we have Rick Steiner versus Arn Anderson. So I actually like in my like watch through, I like watched main event first. So this was the first twist I put down, and like it's already such like a great match. But I think like just seeing like Arn Anderson in his element is so great. I remember this match had like he like knocks Rick Steiner down, then immediately goes up to the top rope, and then Rick Steiner just gets up and they lock eyes, and Arn Anderson just slowly gets down, and I'm like, oh, this is a master at work here. It's just a master. And we go to the first episode I watched of Saturday night, October 12th. Flyin Brian and Big Josh take on Terrance Taylor and Thomas Rich. This is where the thread of Big Josh versus Thomas really gets introduced. Big Josh taking the mic, like, how could you do this, Tommy? And like Thomas giving it all that, like, ha ha ha, I am Connecticut now. And then real great match ensues. Like it really is like a can't miss formula with these guys. And then we have a similar thing, a match that got hyped up the previous week for Worldwide on October 12th, Flyin Brian and the former World Junior Champion Mike Graham versus Terrance Taylor and Thomas Rich. It's nice that like they have Graham here as like a guy who's like, oh, the mentor for Flyin Brian, the new junior star, and again just like a consistent formula. Then we have on Worldwide, October 12th as well, Stunning Steve Austin defending the TV title against Steve Armstrong. The Young Pistols, both of them, are really sound. Obviously, like Tracy Smothers, goes on to be such a brilliant wrestler, and he's got a lot of flashes of it here. Steve Armstrong, a very, very good worker too, and as we've talked about, Austin, very good in this role. It's a bit different from the usual Austin thing, where the cheating is that Lady Blossom gets bumped into by Steve Armstrong, and Steve Armstrong's like, oh no, I hit a lady, oh no, and then Stunning Steve murks him from there, manipulating his emotions most maliciously. And then we go right from there to October 19th, the Power Hour, with the Enforcers of Larry Zbyszko and Arn Anderson versus the Young Pistols in full, Tracy and Steve. It's a real joy to watch sort of the tag division. You know, like, a thing I really like about the Enforcers, right, is that, like, they are, like, doing a last real men in wrestling gimmick, except actually works because they contrast against the other teams, you know, like like Arn will have several promos where he's like, you know, like, oh, these other guys, they like are like, oh, what costume should I wear, what gimmick should I have? We just go out there and we do the wrestling, and then you actually go out there and do the wrestling, very grounded style, and it's great. And you know, it's just a wonderful dynamic of, like, Arn being Arn and then Larry just being Larry. You know, it's a very good contrast of styles. And then the Enforcers hot streak continues, because on October 19th Pro they destroy Jesse French and Scott Sadland. I thought it was a good squashy. And then finally we get to 19th of October, Saturday night. Medusa debuts versus Leilani Kai. Oh, great women's grappling. I have such hope for what's to come. And then October 19th, worldwide, we finally get the singles match. Big Josh versus Thomas Rich. I've described this as the foremost Pickle Rick of all these matches, because it's very much like Big Josh being conflicted. You know, like I was talking about with Matt Bourne, he's so good at tapping into, like, just like the emotion of things. So, you know, he ends up beating Thomas Rich, but he just looks like he doesn't like it one bit, because, you know, he may have won the battle, but his other guy, he didn't want to fight because he's his best friend. Why, Tommy? Why? So, you know, very emotional that way. And then we have on 20th of October, Sting versus Mike Fever. This is his second match back from Japan. His first match was against Doug Summers, where he was entirely too generous to Doug Summers. He should have killed Doug Summers, but Doug Summers is like, no, I gotta get my shit in. Mike Fever, though, he gets fucked up by Sting. It's great. And then October 26th Pro, Beautiful Bobby and Big Josh versus Terrance Taylor and Thomas Rich. You know, another beautiful match from these sort of combo people, and a wonderful finish too, where Beautiful Bobby does like a backwards folding press on Thomas Rich, and then Terrance Taylor comes in and bops him to turn it around. And, you know, at this point, Thomas Rich's trunks are already kind of, like, you know, halfway down. You're getting to see his big pasty butt. And then Big Josh comes in, and then he bops Thomas Rich, turning it back around again. And Thomas Rich is, like, ass out. Like, Beautiful Bobby has to, like, adjust his trunks to make sure he's not mooning the television cameras. And then from there, Bobby gets the win. It's a triumphant moment, perhaps one of the most triumphant of this whole show, of this whole run. And then from there, that very same episode of Pro, we have Sting Steve Austin completing the gauntlet of their Young Pistols, because he defends against Tracy Smothers. A great match where Tracy Smothers, at one point, he's fired up and he says the word bitch, I'm pretty sure, into the darkness. So, you know, that's not PG at all. And then on that same episode of Pro, we have Ron Simmons versus Doug Summers. This is like the best match ever. Holy shit. Holy shit. You, like, okay, people will be like, oh man, that was crazy when the Acolytes beat up Public Enemy for real. Ron Simmons just does that. That's how he works. That's what he does. It's so fucking great. Like, you know, he will be like literally, it's like a minute long. He's high-fiving the fans. Doug Summers comes out to beat him up. Then he just goes fucking nuts on him and just like kicking his ass to shit. And then like he like goes up the turnbuckle to do a shoulder block, and like he just like rests his hands on his leg, and he looks like the coolest fucking guy ever. Just like pissed off, waiting for a guy to get up so he can murder him. It's the best. It's the best. And then, as we referred to before, the final twist I have, Cactus Jack and Abdullah the Butcher versus Beautiful Bobby and Sting, 26th of October, Saturday night. Great match.
Yeah, so you pretty much covered probably like 90% of what I've got here. So I'll go for a bit quicker. But yeah, my first one is also the for the trios titles, the Big Josh, Dustin, and Dazuman against the York Foundation from Power Hour, 5th of October. And then got a very twisty day, because I would say almost half of these twisties are from either the 5th or the 6th. Because next it's Steve Austin versus Firebreaker Chip. Like, damn. This guy with a US Patriot gimmick that I shouldn't give a shit about. but Stunning Steve is able to make it a twisty. Fantastic. That's from WCW on the 5th of October.
WCW self-titled.
WCW self-titled. Also on WCW's self-titled is Flyin Brian versus Thomas Rich.
Yeah.
Then we've got on Worldwide, still on the 5th, got Beautiful Bobby versus Cactus Jack. Did you say that was like? Did they have 2 matches, or did you say that was a? You watched like Power Hour before I did, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think that first aired on the 5th. I think.
Yeah, that's the thing with like the dates on this list. Some of them might be like not exactly accurate, but I was just sort of like, this is when I watched it.
Yeah, I tried to go chronological with it, and then I realised that because I was using Cage Match for help, they're missing like 3 episodes of Power Hour, so I had to fit them in as well.
Yeah.
Damn Strigger. I hate it when he makes mistake. I do not forgive his mistakes. And then main event, 6th of October on versus Rick Steiner. Lovely stuff. Power Hour on the 12th. Abby and Cactus versus Flyin Brian and Bill Kazmaier. I like Bill Kazmaier's face.
Yeah, he's a nice guy. Nice guy.
And then WCW self-titled 12-10. Big Josh and Flyin Brian versus Terrance Taylor and Thomas Rich for the York Foundation. Steve Armstrong and Tracy Smothers versus Arn Anderson and Larry Zbyszko on 19th of October Power Hour. Hell you.
Yep.
Steve Austin versus PN News, WCW self-titled, 19th of October. Flyin Brian versus Terrance Taylor on Pro, 19th of October still. They just have these days where you just go, so many twisties.
Yeah.
And then Worldwide, 19th of October still. Big Josh versus Thomas Rich. Steve Austin versus Tracy Smothers on the 26th of October on Pro. And then, it's time for a mega twisty.
Mega twisty.
It's Abby and Cactus versus Beautiful Bobby and Sting on the WCW self-titled on the 26th. Yay.
Absolutely. Tony, what did you think of that match?
A little twisty.
Now we got our wrestlers list.
Yeah.
Are you ready to go first?
Yeah. So, I was a bit lazy, and so instead of me doing it, I hired Tony Schiavone to do it. So, here we go.
And now, fans, here's a look at the World Championship Wrestling Top 10 in singles competition as compiled by
Corner.
breaking in the top 10 once again this week. In the number 10 spot, the current U.S. Heavyweight Champion, Sting. The number 9 man in this week of the top 10 is the dog-faced gremlin, Lex Luger. Moves up 1 down. He's at number 8. The number 7 man, Cactus Jack from Truth or Consequences, New Mexico. The number 6 man,
ABDULLAH, the Butcher.
remaining at number 5 this week.
Big Josh.
7 7'7" is at number 4. The number 3 man for the second week in a row, the computerized man of the 1990s, Terrance Taylor. The former world television champion, beautiful Bobby, in at number 2, dropping 2 spots down to number 1 ranked contender, the All-American Ron Simmons, and of course, the WCW World Heavyweight Champion, the Rap Master PNUs. And that's a look at the top 10.
Oh wow, can you get Tony to do that for me as well? Is he available?
You might be asleep right now. You know, the time zone difference.
Tony?
Tony! Hello?
A little twist.
Tony?
Oh, man. Yeah, I don't think he's picking up. I think he's flaking on us.
Oh no. That means I have to do it manually with my voice.
But at least we have the dulcet soundtrack of WCW Top 10.
Okay.
Alright, you ready to go?
Yeah. Number 10, it's Lex Luger, the champ.
Whoa.
He is my number 10. Usually he would bypass the power rankings because he is the champion. But here I have ranked him 10 because I break all the rules. But he's a good act. Number 9 is Big Josh and PN News. They are mates.
Yeah.
Number 8, the Enforcers. It's a shame that they are doing the Freebirds feud, but you can still tell that they are an incredible act, and they weren't around for that long as a team, I don't think. So I'm glad that I got to see them together.
Yeah.
Number 7, Dustin Rhodes. He didn't wrestle a huge amount, but really fucking good when he does. Number 6, Stern! He would almost certainly be higher if he was more present on the TV.
Mm-hmm.
But when he does turn up, the boost in star power and excitement is so evident. Number 5, it's Beautiful Bobby. He is an awesome wrestler. I haven't seen that much of him, and I should fix that. Just a proper grapple-eat man. I don't know what the voice I'm doing is. Number 4, Flyin Brian. He is a very reliable wrestler. He is very crisp and great form and intensity in his aerial maneuvers. Number 3, it's Abby and Cactus Jack. What a beautiful pair. Abdullah is mute, and he is so expressive and fun. All these promos are as good as ever, and he takes Big Bumpy.
Yeah.
Number 2 is the York Foundation. A very fun act. Tons of TV twisties. I don't particularly understand the gimmick so much, but I dig it. Morton, it's strange to see him as a heel, but it's still good.
Yeah.
And then, number 1, Stunning Steve Austin. He is a real TV champion. He had Twisty with Firebreaker Chip. His match quality is brilliant, and Lady Blossom is a fun addition to the act too. Thank you, fans, for the top 10. And of course, the current champion is me.
Very good, very good. You know, I like, you know, like, Tony Schiavone charged by the words, so I couldn't really detail like you did.
Fair enough.
Yeah, like, fucking... the one thing I'll say about my rankings is that Ron Simmons' number 1 was, like, sort of like a late decision, because, like, you know, like we talked about...
Peter News was your number 1.
He's the World Heavyweight Champion, okay? It's different.
Oh... Right, yeah. Of course, the World Heavyweight Champion. Yeah, all that. But no, like we talked about, Ron Simmons, one of those guys who's like very scarce, and like he shows up in like very little, but literally the little he shows up in is perfect. Like he has 2 squash matches, and no, he has
I forgot to put in my twisty listy Ron Simmons versus Curtis Hughes. That was fucking awesome. He's so good. And then, like, you know, you add like the actual Havoc match. Like, he just like was perfect in the very little glimpses you got of him, in a way that like you know, like the others like Luger and Sting didn't really get to show. So yeah, even though he is very little in the way of quality, it's sky high for Ron Simmons, the All American.
I respect it. Ron Simmons was fucking awesome.
Yeah,
he wasn't
incredible.
he wasn't even doing the Dominator at this point, which is fucking an amazing move. But yeah, he's great. I think I opted for Luger and Sting because Luger, like, he convinced me that, like, oh yeah, he can be the guy.
Yeah.
Even if there would have been a lot of skepticism about it post Flair, he's still early in his run. But to me, it fucking worked.
Yeah.
And I, you know, a lot of my experience with him would be the Fed run, where he has some okay stuff, but it's a bit weird with the presentation, the Lex Express, and they don't give him the Rumble, they don't give him his Mania moment, and they don't give him that SummerSlam victory properly either. So it all becomes kind of a joke. And then I was thinking, when we were watching the 98 stuff, it was like, oh yeah, they're not trying to make him the guy, he's just a really cool guy. So that's why it works for me. But no, I think he can be the fucking guy.
Yeah. Like,
so that's why I opted for him.
Yeah, it's definitely not like a promo problem, because like he's really good at them. Like
Harley Race does most of them, but he holds his own on Dastic as well.
Yeah. I'm just thinking about when like he's like trying to intimidate Dustin, like, oh, you tell your daddy this and that, and Dustin's like, all respect, Mr. Luger, you got something to tell my poppy, you tell him yourself. And then like, so he's like, maybe you're hard of hearing. Whoops! Like, oh shit, this guy's a bad man.
And yeah, like I alluded to with Sting, it feels like the star power just gets a huge boost when he does actually turn up.
Yeah.
Like he's got to be one of the most established guys still there.
Oh, totally. Yeah.
If not the most established.
Halloween Havoc.
I'm scared.
Are you much for Halloween as a holiday? Do you celebrate it?
I probably won't do much on like the actual day, and I've never been like a fancy dress person. But I will watch some horror movies because I am into them.
Right. Yeah.
So every October I try and fit at least like 10 of them in.
Yeah, I like. I never like have done much for it. Like I never even went like trick or treating that much.
I think I did it once when I was like 14, which is not the age when you're meant to do it, really.
Oh yeah.
And I wouldn't have been wearing anything, so it's like, you got any sweets?
God, that's funny. It's definitely a holiday that I don't have like that much like sentiment towards. But maybe if I lived during Halloween Havoc, I would have thought of it as a Halloween Havoc time.
Well, you do, because Chef Sean, he'd be cooking in that kitchen.
Oh, NXT.
Yeah. But yeah, now Halloween will of course be known as the month that we drop a podcast about a Halloween Havoc.
Exactly.
Until we run out, and then it won't. But there's loads of them, so it'll be ages.
Yeah, it's true.
We'll be like 50 going like, well, that was the last Halloween Havoc, folks.
The tradition ends here with Halloween Havoc 2 seconds.
Yeah, that might be my next. I reckon next time I'll do a poll.
Oh.
See what the fucking listeners are saying. And yeah, the show starts off with spooky graphics.
Oh yeah, it's a graveyard. Black and white apparitions after wrestlers appear. They are ghosts. And then there's a creepy house in the distance, which you travel into. And then never mind that, the Halloween Havoc logo. comes into play. Something I find interesting is that in these early Halloween Havocs, they actually got ads with Elvira. If you didn't know that, like
Right,
like a proper like TV lady, and like they don't make use of her as like anything on like the adverts that like they don't like play on the TV as far as we see. No, it's just
that's a shame.
spooky little house, and then comes to the UTC Arena in Chattanooga, Tennessee. Nice little venue, I think. They're packed to their rafters, and Jim Ross, Schiavone are here. And already we see in the background a cage. Is this the Chamber of Horrors?
The Chamber of Horrors, the opener.
Yep, because we
I guess I would have like looked through the cards to like see what Halloween Havoc I wanted to pick, but it didn't really register until I actually watched the show. It's like, damn, they're doing this in the fucking opener.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
Because it's very elaborate structure that like they seemingly cannot pay to like have descended. You just build that shit and then deconstruct that shit. They're not gonna be fancy with it like you might be nowadays. And so JR and Schiavone are talking about the action started early because Barry Windham will no longer be in the Chamber of Horrors. This question of his allegiances will not be answered because let's look at the finish now. And I remember maybe like a year or so ago, I remember I was just randomly watching some old WCW and I saw this angle and I thought it was incredibly funny. So as soon as I saw Eric Bischoff in the parking lot, I was like, oh, here we go. So he's in the parking lot just like looking at the stars come in. So Cactus Jack and Abby pull up. Abby's wearing a shirt and tie. And
they look strangely smartly dressed.
Yeah, like it suits them. Like they've got good tailors. And then next up is Diamond Stud and what's Diamond Dallas Page? We haven't seen him at all.
Yeah, what the fuck is he doing?
Yeah, like he's supposed to be Diamond Stud Scott Hall's manager. I don't know if he's wrestling yet. Like
we only saw a little bit of that Diamond Stud, Scott Hall, but didn't see him alongside or anything. So mystery there.
Yeah, he shows up, smoking penis, chewing the cigar, and then here comes Barry Windham and his pal, the natural Dustin Rhodes. And so what happens is that Barry opens the door and then sees Eric Bischoff, shakes his hands, and then oh no, it's Larry Zbyszko and Arn Anderson, and they hold his arm, and then Larry pushes the door onto his hand, thus breaking his hand. And he's like, Dustin, take me to the hospital. Oh. And then that's him out of the Chamber of Horrors. Why'd they book that then?
I don't know. They wanted to, presumably they wanted to sort of turn him maybe, but then they're like, oh shit, no, I don't want to now.
Yeah, so
great continuity stuff, not quite having their shit together, but it's okay, I forgive them.
Yeah, I think that's a common theme. Like, there's quite a few problems I'd say with WCW, but they're all forgivable. Mm-hmm. It's not as like the closest it gets to 98 WCW level of like, oh, this has big enough implications to taint the good is the women's stuff. That's the one thing where like this is good, but I know it's going to get fucked up. Otherwise, it's like fuck it.
Yep.
So yeah, now we come to the Chamber of Horrors, which is set up. Gary Metal Capetta has the scoop finally. Paulie couldn't get it, Missy Hyatt couldn't get it, Gordon Soley couldn't get it. Gary Metal Capetta has learned that it is equipped with several instruments of torture, and to win this match, you must put them in the chair of torture and pull the fatal lever and render them helpless.
Yeah, a lovely way to open a pay-per-view. Just a little bit of murder by electrocution to, wet the palate early on.
Absolutely. Kill. murder them with electrocution. So first out is Elegante. He's here.
Yes, he's gonna get back on that list.
This is how he gets back at number 4. And then it's crazy. They said, they hyped up oh, he's coming back, Vader, and then he's just here. Hello.
Yeah.
I suspect that he is the replacement for Barry Windham on the heel team. His helmet is shooting off the smoke and stuff. And here comes Scott Hall, the Diamond Studs, and leather. Ooh. And
Ooh.
yeah.
So El Gigante, he gets a good babyface reception. People like him.
Yeah.
Good attraction. He's also wearing normal trunks. So Jim Herd was officially more restrained with this guy than Vince was.
Oh yeah. It's as if a 7-foot guy is enough on its own.
Yeah, and fuck gigantism haters, by the way. I was really happy to see him.
Yeah, me too. And Cactus Jack is here with a chainsaw.
Whoa, he won't be using that.
No, yeah. And then they structure it weirdly where it's not all the heels come out and all the faces come out, because then after this the Steiners come out. Rick and Scott. Scott is back. The one time we see him in all this TV. Meanwhile, Rick has a singlet that says guts and blood on it. Holy shit.
Whoa.
Murder. And then here comes Abby now with his voodoo stick. And this whole time they're not playing the themes of each individual guy. There's just this groove and that plays out everyone. But then the theme starts playing, so that Sting's very slightly different guitar of can play, and then he comes in and goes "Ow!" and it's you can really feel it, and then they just start brawling out on the ramp. The first thing I noticed about this match is in all the times I'd seen the Chamber of Horrors, the actual cage, I did not expect it to bend as much as it does.
Yeah, the lip at the top.
I'm just even talking about the walls, they really absorb impact. You know what I mean?
Oh right, yeah.
I thought it'd be so much more solid.
I was thinking of the thing at the top was they build it so there's really no escape. You can't just climb over. You'd have to go upside down like that. Like that one homicide match in TNA.
Yeah. Oh, what's that cage called in TNA? What was it called?
I can't remember what it's called. It was red, and it was on the first Monday Night Impact, I think, wasn't it?
Yeah. They have a special hole, and we'll find out what it's for later on. And so then Rick Steiner picks up the chainsaw to try and murder someone with it, but he decides not to. And then
Cactus's chainsaw, much like Jimmy Havoc's axe. It's cool to carry out, but you can't really do much with it.
It's true.
You remember when fucking Dean Ambrose, this is Brock Lesnar?
Yeah.
Did actually Terry Funk turn up and be like, have my chainsaw?
Yes, he did. Terry, Dean Ambrose is backstage doing a wacky segment, and then here comes Terry Funk saying, Dean Ambrose, I'm as crazy as a fox, and here's a chainsaw. I'm going to chainsaw this table. And everyone was like, yeah, this is going to be the best WrestleMania ever. And then it wasn't.
Yeah. But that's for another podcast, maybe, if we feel like punishment.
For now, everyone gets inside. Door closes, so it's on. Chamber of Horrors is on.
Yeah.
And Abby, it's been a common thing he used is the kendo stick. So now Sting takes the kendo stick and hits Abby with it, and then hits the Diamond Stud with it. And something to note is that there's decor around the ring that is spooky in nature, like coffins, and there's an Irish.
It was never explained what the purpose of the caskets.
Oh, and
this little guy.
This
pops
little
out
guy.
of one. He's just wearing like a gimp mask, and he just gets pwned by Scott Hall.
Yeah.
Okay then.
Yeah, like very, very crazy. And then it's at this point where we come across one of the best inventions of the 90s, the referee.
The referee camera.
The referee camera. We get to see what they're seeing, which is a whole lot of fucking like walking around and like choking. Oh my god.
Yeah, you really get the feeling that he must have like an earpiece in, and it's like, look over there now, look, even though that's maybe not where you'd necessarily be looking.
Yeah, I'd hope so. Like if they were gonna do all this,
Yeah.
it's here where they say that because like originally it was going to be Cactus Jack versus Bill Kazmaier for Halloween Havoc. They like spend like 3 weeks of control centers running down the card, and it's always the same. But then on the night, Cactus Jack is there, and on commentary they go, Cactus Jack wasn't scheduled to be in this, but he wanted to be. All right.
Good explanation there. Do you remember that bit where Abby was just twatting Bill Kazmaier with the kendo stick?
Yeah.
He was just standing there and taking it like a fucking Robbo. Robbo in our SVR adventures.
I wasn't sure whether he was meant to be like no selling it or if he was just like,
He just doesn't understand.
Like imagine like you're new to the business, like you've like pivoted because like it's a nice thing to do when you're a strong man, and then like a man from the Sudan comes in and starts twatting you about it, just like you're like okay. So at this point now, another cage lowers down and penetrates the whole of the Chamber of Horrors, and this cage,
Chair of torture.
It's the chair of torture. It's an electric chair surrounded by bars. It's on a platform, and this platform lowers down and is in danger of crushing Cactus Jack to death. And so, here it is now, the chair of torture. You have to put someone in it and then electrocute them to death. And the first tease we get of this is Rick Steiner being threatened with death, with murder. He will die, but then he gets out of it. And then on the outside, Sting bops Cactus with a coffin lid.
Yeah, I thought you were just gonna like swing it at him, but he just throws it directly upwards in the air, and it just lands on Foley's head. It's just a pretty perfect spot.
Yeah, pretty good.
And then Foley might have bladed off this because he has busted open.
Yeah. He the first time you see it, it's already a really good like blades, and then by next time he's in the shot, he's like proper strawberry jammed out, just like entire face is crazy. And then what is this? The ghouls.
Yeah, some ghoulish dudes painted white. Carry a casket to ringside.
I thought it was that
looking like a white-faced Jimmy Havoc. Very Jimmy Havoc match this. I wish he was in it.
Yeah. It's like
Probably should have redone this. Can you imagine?
I bet if they like just like gave it a like different name, then like it'd be fine. Like people would be like, "Oh, this is so epic," you know.
The Chamber of Proglis.
Yeah, Chamber of was that like a combination of progress and progress?
Proglis. Someone's probably said that at some point. Well, I'll go to the Proglis later, mate.
Yeah, I think Chamber of Progress would work out pretty good. He should have done it, but now he cannot because he's cancelled. You know.
And then, I was really wondering who the fuck is this gimp? His sole purpose in this match is to be punished.
Yeah, he gets his ass kicked.
He gets his ass kicked by Scott Hall, and then we see him for the whole rest of the match. He's just like handcuffed to the cage, despite seemingly posing no threat to anybody.
Yeah,
We've
Just,
not
like,
seen this guy represent any kind of danger other than the fact that he was there.
Yeah, like they were just literally like, stop annoying me, handcuff.
Yeah. So a very funny wrinkle in this match is the gimp guy.
Yeah.
And then El Gigante's presence in this match is occasionally the camera gets behind him and his back just takes up the entire screen. he's just sort of wandering around.
Yeah, a lot of walking around. It's like a battle royal, really, you know, or like you're not sure what to do. So like Abdullah will be on the cage for some reason. He's just up there, and like El Gigante will go over, and he'll like push against his back and stay there. And meanwhile, you know, like Scott Steiner will take the kendo stick that was used a lot. And then he will see Cactus Jack on the outside, who's already bleeding profusely, and he just fucking breaks that stick over his head. It's fucking fuck you. You know, like Cactus, he will just like, he'll get sent out of the ring and just like land like a fucking maniac. Just make sure his leg clips the cage, just like a thud, everything that you'd want. At this point, like Gigante is joined by Vader and Diamond Studs in his standing around. You know, like it's a bit of a complicated situation because I don't know if you remember in like in the old games of wrestling games where like you do Hell in a Cell, and if you go outside the ring but like not outside the cell, like your moveset is like reduced. Like, you know, you try and do a punch and you just do like the one punch because it's a very confined space. So imagine if like it was like that, except that's what like the inside of the ring is like too.
Yeah, it's interesting. I kind of forgot about Vader for this whole. I don't think I made any note of what he did, so it's quite funny for that to be like, oh, it's this big return. Yeah.
You know, this claustrophobic action is going on. It cuts back to the ghouls. They're like kneeling very regally. You know, like they're prepared to cart away whoever is murdered here. And then Rick Steiner, you know, he sees Sting in danger from Abdullah, so he stabs him with his stick. And now this is the point where, you know, the lethal lever that Gary referred to is just on the wall of the cage, and it's ready to be pulled when someone's in the chair. So Cactus, like, you know, he's posted up at this switch, and Rick Steiner is again the subject of this. Stud and Abdullah, you know, it's just it's funny to imagine Scott Hall be like, yeah, let's murder Rick Steiner. So he gets in a chair, and Cactus sees enough that he's like, alright, I'm gonna pull the switch now. But then Rick Steiner, he grabs Abdullah and belly to bellies him into the chair, and then puts on the wrist things, and then finds the helmet which Abby is sitting on with his big fat ass, and then pulls it out and kind of puts it on his head, and then Cactus is like, okay, going to pull it. Yeah.
My problem now.
And so you know, at that point, like, you know, the ring starts fucking exploding with pyro and sparks and fire. Abdullah, he does not have the helmet fully on, but I'm sure there's some electrical charge that's surging through his body at lethal doses, and he is seizing the blood looks really good here, you know, makes it look like he's getting electrocuted or something, whatever, like that. And just like, you know, just like, oh my god, what a crazy fucking thing to see. Abdullah the Butcher fucking died. And then Tony Schiavone is like, I think he's well done, guys. Insensitive.
They cooked him.
Oh man, you could clip that out and use it in Twitter beefs.
They cooked him. And yeah, part of the fucking ring canvas also catches fire for a bit.
Yeah.
Like maybe they didn't expect quite that effect. The referee has to quickly stomp that all out.
Yeah.
But it was smelly in there.
Oh yeah, like burnt canvas must not be pleasant.
Yeah.
So
I'm average American. I like to watch public executions.
Yeah, kill him. Give me some excitement in my otherwise unsatisfying life. So it's quite it's strange in how like there's not really a purpose to this. Like the faces don't stick around to be like, yeah, we did it. They just kind of like leave, and then like Vader and Diamond Studs, who were not bosom buddies with Abdullah the Butcher, they just look in the case like, oh shit, all right, Meanwhile, Cactus Jack, who is Abby's best friend, he's giving it like proper like mankind, like but then he opens the door and Abby's eyes shoot open, and then he runs over Cactus Jack, and then he goes out the ring where like they've not even finished recreating the ramp, they're still putting that in. He stomps it down and there's the ghouls, and he destroys all the ghouls. He starts beating them up.
and then he trips over one. Way.
Their corpse paint is going flying everywhere. And then Cactus is going after him, and then part of me thinks like, oh, Abdullah is mad that Cactus electrocutes him, but part of me is also like, oh, this is just how they hang out. He's just like grabbing his hair and is gonna walk off. Tony Schiavone says that oh, Abby must have thought he was in heaven and he knew he shouldn't be there. So yeah, quite a way to kick off Halloween Havoc. A fun match.
Yeah, I loved it because it's just too like endearingly daft to not get a kick out of.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And there's like legit cool shit in there as well. It's some of the brawling, obviously El Gigante's just kind of like dawdling around and stuff. Sometimes but I do have a soft spot for matches where like it's like multi-man, and then there's many camera cuts, and you cut to something crazy happening, and then something funny is happening. That's pro fucking wrestling to me.
That's pro wrestling right there.
That's what it's all about.
Yeah. So now JR and Schiavone, unaffected by this, they ascend to their broadcast colleagues, Missy High and Eric Bischoff, who are in the holiday moods. Eric Bischoff,
he's dressed like Dracula. I don't like it. I guess just because it's Eric Bischoff, it's just like, fuck off.
Yeah. He like gives it the voice for like one sentence, but then it's just otherwise Eric Bischoff. I'm not sure what Missy High is. She's just in some sizzling
Is she
number.
like a fucking Cleopatra or something, which doesn't really feel like Halloween.
See, I like
she dressed up.
I saw the earrings and I thought maybe Cleopatra, but I wasn't sure. It might be Cleopatra. They have this odd sort of thing where they want to know who the WCW Phantom is, and so they bring in multiple wrestlers to ask them who the WCW Phantom is. And the first such one is both of the Young Pistols, Tracy and Steve, and they are asked about who is the WCW Phantom, and like they're like, we don't care.
We don't give a damn hoot.
Yeah, they care more about the US tag titles, and suddenly they're all devious in nature compared to the good old boys we knew. Tracy Smothers, he said, take a gander of the new Sons of the South, and uncharacteristic comments from the Young Pistols.
Yeah, Tony-esque heel turn here. Like just all of a sudden they're just they're kind of bad now. Damn.
Yeah. Threats to the tag division indeed. And speaking of threats, we finally find out who the Creatures are.
Yeah, well, kind of.
Yeah.
So second match, the Creatures. This is Big Josh and PN News, and these mysterious creatures. They use Psychosis' theme.
Oh my god, it's Psychosis!
Yeah, I was so glad to hear it because. Fucking sick.
Yeah.
And
so,
PN slightly offbeat in his entrance.
Yeah. Yeah. Like, I think like it made sense in my head, like what I heard about PN News, because most people who have ever talked about him would be like, oh, he sucked at rapping, and then I watched TV and like, no man, it's cool. Then I watched the pay-per-view and he's a bit off. So I I guess I can understand that, because I kind of go like, actually, you should watch 4 episodes of Pro Wrestling New York before you make that opinion.
You don't have the PN News deep cuts like we do.
Christine Valver is in the crowd. She won the WCW rap contest.
All right.
And Tony Schiavone notes that it was a darn good rap she wrote. I believe you.
Yeah, we don't see it firsthand or anything. We're just like, oh, this chick, she's got bars.
Yeah. So the creatures. Creature number 1 has an elbow pad. Creature number 2 does not. They are Joey Mags and Johnny Rich.
Yes.
Why did they do
But we
this?
only knew that. We only know that from Strigger.
Yeah.
Because they are just guys in masks, and they get squashed by this mid-card tag team.
I really thought that, like, obviously
4 weeks of hype.
So like, they didn't give this much like thought on the TV. They just said the creatures, who are they? I don't know. Anyway, they just went on with their business. But that's the same thing they do with the WCW Phantom. And the WCW Phantom is a guy who ends up being the main event scene for like the next 2 years, right? So I thought, okay, maybe it's the same here, and the creatures just be like some big deal, but they're not. I thought like PN News and Big Josh, they were thrown together and like built up a bit so that the creatures could demolish them and establish themselves in the tag division. No, they're jobbers. They did a squashy on the pay-per-view.
Yeah, it's crazy the way that it's gone. I looked up the creatures. Seemingly, they come back to do a few TV jobs in 1992. But basically, like an extremely nothing-y idea. It led to nothing of substance whatsoever. And I was thinking, like, I guess it makes sense that from time to time, there'll be like a debuting superstar that'll hype themselves up, like, watch out, I'm coming. And then they just immediately get pwned. Like, shades of Dan Mayfer.
Wow, yeah.
And isn't there a fucking recent example, like, fucking, I always forget the fucking Imperium names.
Oh, Giovanni Vinci.
Giovanni Vinci. Yeah,
Yeah.
He got moved over to SmackDown. I think they were doing vignettes and stuff, and he got pwned by Apollo Crews of all people in like 3 seconds. So
Yeah, I mean, like,
from time to time, it happens where there'll be a hyped debut and then they suck.
yeah, I mean, I guess it makes sense. Like, it is realistic. Perhaps, like, Jim Hurd is cooking in that pizza oven of his. He's putting the pineapple on, and you might wonder what's the deal with it. But hey, give it a try.
Yeah, that Dan Mayfer thing is probably the best bit of booking that Triple H has ever done. Because there's these vignettes, and I would be watching like week to week at the time. I was like, what's this guy? Just seems to be like a bald guy with back knee, and they're hyping him up when they've got fucking Samoa Joe and shit. But then Samoa Joe kills him.
This amazed me. You know what's a good example of this? Fucking before he became Fandango, Johnny Curtis on SmackDown, because he won NXT season 4, and the prize was a tag title shot of his pro R-Truth, but then like it didn't happen, and then R-Truth turned heel, and so he then pops up on SmackDown in these vignettes where like he's literally carrying out like idioms, as in like the first time he's like, oh, I guess my tag title shot isn't happening, but I'm not gonna do this, and then he starts pouring milk out and going and then from there he'd be like, I don't have a chip on my shoulder, eats a chip. And then after like a couple of weeks of these, he debuts on SmackDown and gets phoned by Mark Henry and disappears. So yeah. This is a good trope. I like the creatures.
Yeah, they're good now. We've decided.
Yeah. Tony Schiavone sees Big Josh clinching for belly to belly, and he goes, "Wow, he's a man."
Cute. You're not wrong.
Big Josh at some point, he like it's not even like a thing to like go into a pin or anything. He just does it. He does this crazy fucking like power bomb, like some fucking fire thunder bullshit. Like just like crashes one of the creatures down to that ground. And then it's funny. I thought that like the doink butt bump would have been a doink invention, but no, Matt Bond was just doing that. Here, it's the Northern Exposure, and it's followed up by the Rapmaster Splash to defeat the creatures soundly.
And yeah, did they do the thing again where they play his music? I'm not sure if they did this time.
I don't believe they did. No, they also don't do the victory rap that PNU's usually does.
Yeah, this one was eligible for the cage match guide, so maybe be like, yo baby, yo.
Yeah, and then like I held off on looking up the identities, and then I see them get pinned easily, and then I look up and write, they were just Joey Max and Johnny Rich. So
yeah, do you know anything about those guys? I've seen the name Joey Max.
Well, Joey Max, we've seen him jump on TV.
Right, yeah.
If you remember, he's the one who loses to Axel Rotten in that one match he has, and
right.
If you recall the stories, Axel Rotten spits on him, and everyone's like, "What the fuck, dude?"
Oh yeah.
Johnny Rich, I do not know. I don't recognize him from a jobber match, but I'm sure he was there.
No relation to Thomas, I don't believe.
Yeah, like it'd be hard for him to like formalize, like maybe he'd go Jonathan, but maybe if he is related to Tommy Rich, he'd probably be like, I'm going to be Jomas Rich.
Jonas.
And so well, the creatures didn't pan out. Let's move on.
Terrance Taylor versus Beautiful Bobby. So this is a cold match in the sense that there was no build, I don't think.
Yeah, Bobby's just been in the general orbits of the York Foundation. He's been tagging with like guys who have more stake in the beef.
So it's a pretty safe, reliable thing to throw on there. And this is fucking great.
This is beautiful match. So Beautiful Bobby Eaton, he comes out to what's basically the chase by Giorgio Moroder, the Midnight Express theme. I never thought about it, but I have to think this is probably why the Backseat Boys come out to that. It's because it's the Midnight theme, right?
Oh yeah, I forgot.
Yeah.
Because I was thinking, oh yeah, FTR, but no, Backseat as well.
Yeah. And so like here is like not exactly the chase. It's like if you put the chase through the Super Mario 64 sound font, and it's still a perfect song. Always gets me really hyped up. And then like Terrance and the York Foundation, they come out to just like this. If you just like put in like a peppy informational video soundtrack, like just really good stuff. He's in a suit. He's a tailor-made man. Alexander York got the computer, and a thing I love about the York Foundation is like how they use the computer, because the whole gimmick is that Alexandra York, she is really ahead. She's like on the bleeding edge of society, right? So she's figured out how to be the perfect wrestler. She's boiled it down to a mathematical formula that she can put into a computer. So if you are having trouble in a match, you just go and check the computer. It tells you do an arm drag. And you're like, okay. and so like I love it happens in this match, happens in other ones where like obviously it's a great way to stall. It's like I'm gonna go and check the computer. But I love like how I think there's like one tag match where like Terrance and Thomas, like they both just like take turns, like kind of like they don't make a big show, but it's like pure overling. Okay, it reminds me of like when I'm cooking and I check the recipe. So
Damn, Chef Connor be cooking.
I'd be cooking lentil soup. So this match starts off with Terrance Taylor trying to get Bobby mad. They note how Bobby, he's got a big temper. It's hard to control it. So they're like really scuffling and stuff. So I have to think that the computer told him to troll Bobby Eaton. And so he'll arm drag him, and then like when he gets back up, he just like slaps his chin like a real shithead. It's really good, Terrance Taylor. And then Bobby starts coming back, and I don't have the exact thing of it because I just wrote in, "Oh fuck, dude, Bobby."
Is that when he does the top right knee drop onto the ramp?
No, I'm just talking like this is just him doing right hands.
Oh,
Gets me going.
yeah, I mean that's good too.
Yeah. So like he does lose his temper a bit, but he also outsmarts Taylor as well. Outsmarts him just as like the shine formula ought to be. And then Taylor scrambles to the computer, and then goes to the outside where Bobby backdrops him over the rail, and then gets back in. He starts begging off so well. Then tries to go for a kick, gets caught, spun round, gobbled in the face with that right.
Yeah.
And then I really liked the part where Bobby was working a hammerlock because I think it's like a good example of how a babyface can do like a rest hold or just like smart technical wrestling like that, because like he's working it and it's sort of like the dynamism comes in, like the heel thinking he's like got out of it and got interrupted, but then Bobby just like brings him right back there, which is real good. And now we're getting to the point where, like you're talking about, they get onto that ramp, and this is a ramp that is connected to the ring, so all manner of like wonderful things you could do. For example, so Bobby, he takes Terrance, atomic drops him. Terrance then goes off the ropes on the other side, holy fuck, and then goes right into a body slam. Whoa!
Yeah, insane spot by like any year's standards, really.
Yeah.
It's really cool. Like, I was thinking like, oh, okay, they're just gonna have like a nice little match that you could see on Worldwide, but it's on pay-per-view. But no, they go in pay-per-view mode.
You get your money's worth
that you would not see on WCW.
Yeah, absolutely. And then like you're referring to, he goes up top, and this feels so like dangerous, and he drives a knee into Terrance Taylor. It looks fucking gnarly, like I'm sure it was like a baby's bottom, but he made it look like it was fucking dangerous as hell. And Terrance Taylor, he's in a bad way. He's fucking seasoned. It's crazy.
And then ditto a bit later when Terrance hits the gut wrench powerbomb.
Yeah.
Also on the ramp, and that looked fucking crazy as well.
Oh yeah. Just as the computer told him to.
The Beast Mortos could do that today and still get a fucking huge pop.
Yeah. Like this really, at time of recording, it was it's been the subject of like, oh, Dave Meltzer says that new Grapply better than old Grapply. It's an objective fact. But man, you could just do this match today, and it would get all the applause that like our Ricochet match would get. Terrance Taylor checks the laptop again, and like it's weird because like you think, okay, I have a laptop, right, and I'll open it until I can see the screen. Not so with Alexandra York. She like opens it kinda, and then like Terrance Taylor looks at like I guess the keyboard, and he's like, aha, okay. Then Bobby, he has been Dr. Bumped. He scoots back in. Up top of the bleachers, there's a York Rules sign. Good for them. They like the York Foundation. Me too. And so now after that big old cut off, now the back is the main topic of the story. It's what's getting worked over. Then there's a wonderful proper like Aloha sunset flip where Terry Taylor goes for the ride. He's like, oh, reaching his arms out, and the referee knocks him down by like, you know, stopping him from reaching the ropes. And so there is like a bit of something they try and add to this match where something that happens frequently is that a WCW wrestler will not say something, but the commentators will be like, he said this. And it happens here where they say like, beautiful Bobby, he staked his claim for the television title. He wants to challenge the winner of Austin versus Dustin Rhodes. So, you know, basically TV title implications, because they also say like, you know, if Terrance wins, and he definitely merits his own shot. And then Terrance's heat gets cut off when the Vader bomb he tries gets countered. And now the right hands, such good working punches, you know, like definitely not a hot take, because Bobby Eaton, a very celebrated puncher.
Yes.
And then his 10 punch gets interrupted, but then Bobby suplexes him to stay on top. He doesn't let the cutoff happen. Then he hits a neck breaker and starts going up for the Alabama Jam. And as this is happening, Jim Ross calls him the Quiet Man from Huntsville, Alabama.
Oh.
Which is a crazy nickname. And then he hits the Alabama Jam at top rope leg drop for the 3. Absolutely delicious match.
Mega twisty.
Mega twister.
Yup.
Yeah, just a really excellent match between two of the most reliable guys that they got at the time. Didn't need much to build it. The crowd is still like really into Bobby. Yeah, just a real joy.
Yeah, absolutely. So
And
now we
then,
move on to something much worse.
Yeah, Johnny B. Bad with Peanut Head, of course. This is Jimmy Garvin with Michael Hayes. And I was saying earlier that, like, feels kind of like Johnny B. Bad should be a babyface.
Yeah.
Like, maybe they just went, like, because he would be pretty new at this stage. I didn't actually look into it, but he's got to be, like, new to the company at least.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
So I guess they will be like, well, he's flamboyant, and so people will think he's possibly gay, and so he will get the big heat. But kind of, a lot of people seem to be kind of feeling like his vibe.
Yeah.
So that's what, and we've already commented that this iteration of the Freebirds suck shit.
Yeah.
So I was really thinking, like, you know, if you switch the allegiances here, we might have something.
The thing about the Freebirds, though, is like they're very over. Everyone loves the DDT. So
Yeah, it's very unfortunate.
I think that's a big influencing factor in their allegiance.
They're really the Seth Rollins of their time.
Fuck. Yeah, they are. Shit. Oh my god.
They will sing their song. Everyone's singing my song.
Man. So Jimmy Jam Garvin comes out here with Michael Hayes. So Michael Hayes was supposed to have a match, but it's not to be because he is injured. He has a cast on. So okay, good. Don't gotta see him wrestle. Fine. A sign in the crowd says Michael PMS Hayes.
Whoa. Like a
And,
lady.
now Johnny B. Bad has a special outfit on. He had his sort of like usual jacket, and you know, now he has a special piano number on, in which he is preening and posing. He says to the camera, "It's showtime at Halloween, if you know what I mean." Teddy Long seems a bit muted. I don't know if you caught that, but like, you know, on all the TV, he's like very animated. He's always like, "There's my boy, Johnny B. Bad. Tell him you're a bad man, Johnny. Tell him. Yeah, there we go. The kiss it, don't miss." But here, he's like somber. It's very odd. And so, you know, this is the first time these two parties have ever interacted. No build to this at all, but it is the proper test for Johnny B. Bad. After all these squashies, he finally gets like an actual match. As the bell rings, the people are chanting for the Freebirds. No, you are wrong, Chattanooga. Do not chant Freebird.
Yeah, and then pretty early on, it kind of underlined my initial feelings that, like, if only the allegiances were reversed here. Because Garvin pretty much immediately chucks Johnny B. Bad over the top rope. That's illegal, by the way. You can't do that.
Yep.
And then Hayes gets a shot in on him.
Yeah, he uses his injured arm and then winks at the camera.
And this feels very, very early for, like, the rule breakers are the cool guys. No, they're not. They're the shitheads.
Yeah.
I'm the average American in 1991. I like rules.
Yeah, me too. Tony says that, he sees this happen, and he cites referee discretion as a judgment call, whether that's like a DQ or not. Because, it could happen accidentally. But that wasn't accidental, what happened there.
No.
DQ, please.
Maybe it's like in 90s footy matches when a tackle that would be a red card today happens in the first minute, and they're like, oh, that's all right. It's the first minute. Get stuck in, mate.
Oh, man. Nick Patrick just being like, nah, man, this could be a foreigner. Let's keep it going.
But it wasn't.
Absolutely not. Johnny B. Bad gets bamboozled like this, and they say, Johnny's smile is gone. And I'm thinking, as is mine.
And Johnny goes for a lot of top rope moves, which seems to upset Tony Schiavone.
Yeah.
He's like, I think he's going up one too many times here. And then he executes the move successfully. And then eventually he'll go up again. And he'll miss that time. And then Tony's like, see, I told you.
It's interesting to see, Johnny B. Bad's Mark Merrow when top rope moves were considered uncharacteristic for him. One of the first guys to pull out the shooting star press on American television.
Yeah, that's right.
Mm-hmm.
Fun.
So there's a double down, and then Jimmy Jam Garvin gets up and hits the DDT. It's over.
Mm-hmm.
Johnny B. Bad will receive his first loss, but oh no, Theodore Long is interfering. And then Jimmy Garvin gets up, and then he turns around, and Rick Rude's Johnny B. Bad, with his left hook, hits him, pins. Okay.
Yeah, and he knocks Garvin's foot off the rope before the ref could see it, but, whatever.
You could just have a distraction finish. You must also protect yourself against allegations of losing to Johnny B. Bad.
Yeah, that seems like a very, the first bit did the job, I would say. Didn't also need the leg on the rope.
Yeah.
And you know what? If the person pinning has enough awareness to take the leg off the rope, fuck it. What's wrong with that?
Yeah. Just ring awareness. So Michael Hayes is mad at this. He gets in the ring and tears off his shirt and tears off his cast as well. He's not actually injured. So he's just not wrestling on this show for the chaos purpose, I think.
What's chaos purpose again? Where does that come from?
I think it's a do system.
Yeah, yeah.
So definitely the worst match on the show.
Yeah, probably. I'm just now thinking about the, cocksuckers is a funny insult. Even if someone really likes to suck cock and is proud of it, you can call them that in an insulting manner, and they will still be upset.
So true.
That is a true deuce, a truce.
A trucy Lucy indeed. So yeah, this was a cocksucker of a match here, unfortunately. I found Johnny B. Bad's squashes to be just not very much, quite like this. It felt like just repeating the same thing over and over again with him.
Yeah,
but
you always did that thing where he hit very impactful moves, and you think that's the finish in this match against a guy from the strip club. But But no, he does like 6 of those and then finally gets them with the left hook.
Yeah.
And they're always like, oh, when he gets into bigger matches, that can cost him there, not always going for the pin.
Yeah. So like I was interested in seeing how he'd be in like a proper match, and then they picked the like worst shithead opponent for him.
Yeah.
So.
Oh well.
Yeah.
Because now we've got TV title match.
Hey now! Do not skip over my favorite segment on the show. We go back to Missy Hyatt. She's there. She wants to find who the Phantom is, and then here comes beautiful Bobby holding a pumpkin, and Missy Hyatt is like, Bobby, you're in the locker room. Don't you know who the Phantom is? And beautiful Bobby, he says, listen, Missy, I just won a match. I'm going to celebrate. And he like motions to his pumpkin. Like, what's he going to do with this pumpkin? And
he's going to fuck it.
And then Missy is like, come on, can't you tell me anything about the Phantom? And then Bobby like pauses and looks to the camera, women, and then walks off.
Well, you see, Missy, if you heat up this pumpkin for 5 seconds in the microwave and stick your dick in it.
I can't take women anymore. That's why I'm fucking pumpkins. So yeah, we have that, and then we get to the TV title match. Thank you very much.
Yeah, of course. Yep, Steve Austin, the champ, with Lady Blossom, of course, gets Dustin Rhodes. And again, I don't think there was interaction between these two. There might have been a bit, but I feel like the stuff on the last week of TV was Austin irritating Daziman.
Well, no, like, so there is that, but like Dustin is a presence because like whenever he like cheats and like he gets found out, Dustin is the guy who runs down to call bullshit on him.
Yeah. Okay, fair enough.
And like, yeah, like he stakes his claim towards it. Like, I think it was, I can't remember which one it was, where Dustin is on commentary with JR. When he sees it go down, he's like, oh no, this is very terrible. I'm sorry, Jim, I have to go. And then he like goes and does that stuff. So yeah, they're here now. The utmost bisexual Tony moment, because he says Austin's the hottest athlete going, and then the camera cuts to Lady Blossom's boobs and he goes, hello. So he's playing both sides here.
Yeah, Grandma Rhodes is ringside for this one.
I love Grandma Rhodes.
Yeah.
She sounds so Texan. It's just like, go and get him, Dusty. Calls him Dusty. And like, you really start seeing like Jim Ross really like just like come out of his shell with like some of the excitement he gets here. Like he like sees Dustin do a Larry and goes, he caught him. That's like that's like the most excitable thing you can be, is just like reduce him to him. What do you think of how Austin bumps here? Because I was thinking of I remember when he came back for that WrestleMania match versus Kevin Owens. One of the things that was so wonderful to me about that match was seeing him do the Stone Cold bump. Just like the way he like goes down for a punch, he like slaps him out of his arm. It's very distinct, and it was really good seeing it again. And I feel like this, before his neck break, he bumps differently. Do you think?
Yeah, I mean the style is like unrecognizable, really.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's fucking great at both.
Yeah, I'd say so. Man,
I saw this really annoying thing on on Twitter yesterday. Where it's like, did you see Bryan Danielson said that when he was in high school, The Rock and Austin were his least favorites?
Yeah.
Because he liked the straight up grappling guys.
Yep.
And the comments were like, well, Bryan Danielson can't cut a promo to save his life, but Rock and Austin were bad in the ring. It's like, oh my god, everybody is so wrong. Everybody involved is really good at everything. Austin still had amazing matches, even when he became Brawler.
Yeah.
And Danielson can cut incredible promos. What the fuck are you people watching?
Austin had that entire year of 2001 where it's like, okay, I'm gonna be like Stunning Steve again.
Yeah. Oh.
Terrible.
But yeah, it's beautiful to see his roots here. I've not really I'd seen a bit 94, I think maybe against Steamboat.
Yeah. That's
Definitely.
definitely the rivalry.
I'm sure if I revisit that, I'll be like mega twisty on it.
You know, it's something that's so often like derided as like an absolute wrestle crap moment, which I think I'd probably love, is how Steve Austin loses TV title over there. Is it's like Steamboat has to vacate the title, and Austin wins by forfeit. But oh my god, it's Hacksaw Jim Duggan! Boom! He wins! Oh! Yeah, I think that'd be pretty sick. Even if the Wrestling Observer would disagree. So in this match, because it's a TV title, there's a 15-minute time limit, and so Garmichael Capetta is calling the 5-minute mark, and I'm thinking, ooh, why don't they just do that every match?
Yeah, yeah. That it felt very ominous, didn't it?
Yeah. Like, I think it's good to do. Like, I remember, didn't like AEW used to do that for every match for a wee while?
Possibly, maybe in the early stages.
Yeah, as in like, it's just a very basic thing. Like, if you just do it every match, then it's inconspicuous, and so it's not so much a tease of like, oh my god, we're going to a time limit draw. So yeah, it's a good thing. I wish they did it more. The camera is going at Lady Blossom. Oh. This is what I was thinking of when we were talking about how sexual the commentators would get. Like they weren't all in yet. They were quite modest about it because JR, he notes that like she's been hiding foreign objects.
It's just the tip at this time.
Yeah, she's been hiding foreign objects in her dress, and JR says, "Well, I don't know where she'd hide one tonight. With that outfit, boobies." And as ever, JR complains about the managers, saying like, why are they there? They're only there to cheat. And then Tony adds this by vaguely referring to the politics of WCW. Follow the money, I guess. Then back to the ring. And very nice head scissor by Austin and great escape by Dustin. It's not like a big handstand or anything, but it's just those things where like I love when a head scissors is on and the guy who's in it, he gets on his knees and starts kind of like pushing away the knees of the guy who's doing the head scissors, and there's such tension in it, like Austin's like, don't do that, no. And it's really basic stuff, and I love it. JR says that the next WCW magazine will feature Stunning Steve and Lady Blossom in a double fold out, and he asks Tony, do you know why it's a double fold out? Tony goes, no, but I'm waiting for the answer, and JR says, I'll tell you after the show.
Oh.
Tony, they're fucking in the magazine. Well, I'll tell you what, Jim, it's a hell of a match.
Damn, I have pre-ordered 50 copies of this magazine just off the scent.
I'm Average American 1981. I call phone number to reserve magazine. So the big turning point comes when Dustin he like crashes and burns out the ring, just like really like falls the fuck out. For all the all we can say about like the over the top rope thing not being really good as a thing, I think generally they really depict the ring as like a dangerous place. Like if you're not careful, you can really fuck yourself up. You can just fall out and just like die. So Dustin crashes out the ring. Then Austin really starts fucking just punching the shit out of him on the ground. He's just like really murking him. And then JR, he says, "You really battered him."
He was the one that battered him.
Was the one that battered you? What? Dustin.
Dustin seems to have bladed from his punches.
He is busted open.
I was
Busted
wondering
Rhodes.
momentarily if it could have been hard way, but I don't think so, judging from the placement of the blood. It's mostly above the brow, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. Enough that it get mixed in with the hair, as all good blade jobs should do. I love how Austin is at this point. You know, it feels like he's like a shark who's smelled blood in water, where like Dustin is just like walking around the ring like an absolute concussed daze, and Austin just keeps pot shotting at him and like, you know, you'll fucking go up top and do a fucking axe handle to him. Oh my god! And then it's a wonderful thing where like you've got this like really merciless heel who's like going after an injured babyface. An injured babyface is like, you know, still working off instinct, so like Dustin will like catch him with a really good right hand, but then like Austin will just like rake his fucking cut. Yeah, it's really good stuff.
Something I noted is that instead of like a 5 minutes remaining, we get a 4 minutes remaining.
Yeah.
And I was just thinking, fuck you, announcer guy. I'm enjoying this twisty. I'm not ready to bust yet. I'm trying to make it last.
Wrestling fans, I'm sorry. I'm just doing my job. Yeah, like Austin is getting a chin lock as they, you know, start talking about the clock. You know, just about how, you know, all Austin has to do is survive. And Dustin, he's all fucked up. Austin has a chin lock and he's getting like, he's putting his foot on the rope. He's putting his foot on the rope. No. And then, as you say, 4 minutes remain as Dustin tries a monkey flip, gets blocked, and then just fucking a big clothesline. Fuck you. And then a nice inside cradle exchange here, where it's so refreshing that like there's not this like rhythm of like needing to have the 1-2-1-2, you know. Like there's an inside cradle to so Dustin must do it to Austin, and Austin like he doesn't really, he just like shifts his weight so there's one shoulder off, and the ref's like, okay, I'm not doing a count anymore. I don't think many referees nowadays would do that. I think freaking if Bryce Remberg was here, he would push the guy off along.
And Mark Henry would be like, if I speak, I'm in big trouble.
Yeah, I loved how the follow up to that was like them both being like, we had a nice talk and talked about our issues together, and I was like, boo, settle it in the ring. So after this, it's a nice lariat by Dustin. He's starting to cook again, but then he goes up for a drop kick and misses. Austin avoids it, and it's really good. He looks like he, you know, like that was like the last bit of energy he had, and he just like fucked it, you know. And then to add to that, Lady Blossom gets involved. She slaps Dustin, and JR's like, "Look at her slap him." And then it seems like Austin is en route to a victory, but then he tries for a rope charge. Eat shit! Oh no! And then big atomic drop in lariat, but then Steve gets his foot on the rope. Great sort of show of like fiery babyface offense, but I just forgot about the damn ropes. No.
What did you think of Dustin's fondness for slapping the mat in time with the referee when he pins?
Yeah, it's a bit odd, isn't it? Like,
yeah, you could use that arm for extra leverage, perhaps. Not to be like, oh, didn't hook the leg there. But
yeah, the commentators do that enough around here. I get it for like if you're doing a squashy, and like, you know, like Bob Crook is not going to kick out, so you might as well count along. But like, yeah, like why do it? Yeah, crazy, weird.
Bit strange. Is after the 2 minutes remaining announcement that Austin's also a bit cut open. Not quite as big of a blade job as Dustin's done, but it's enough.
It's a good one, I think. Like he really looks like, it looks like blunt force sort of blood, you know. It just looks like Dustin's really beating the dog shit out of him. So the 2-minute mark happens as Dustin gets a new follow-up power slam. I thought it was quite interesting because I think that I really associate the power slam with Dustin Rhodes. You know, you see like how like Randy Orton does a power slam with like such slickness. He's like, oh, it's just like Goldust. But here he does a power slam and he's not got that tightness yet. He's still growing into that. So it's interesting to see.
Yeah.
And then you know, he snap mirrors Austin, starts punching the shit out of him, pushes the ref away. Then he does bionic elbow, and then he gets a near fall of that. Jim Ross at this time, you know, whenever he is excited and there's a near fall, he goes like for 2. Just really lets it out. Then there's
It's kind of funny when there's 1 minute remaining, and Dustin's like, I'm gonna do 10 punches in the corner.
Yeah.
Maybe go for something like more impactful and quicker.
Yeah,
But-
yeah.
Who are we to doubt the natural?
Did you like the referee going up on the ropes to check it? Yeah. And so then from there, it just like near falls until time runs out. Like the last thing hit is like Dustin does a lariat off the top, and it's one of those things where like the pinfall's happening as the time runs out, but Austin does kick out, so you know would have been like a no-go anyway.
Yeah.
You know that is always the thing with a lot of like 10-moment draws, is that like they always make sure like there's that like something like a photo finish or something like that. But
Yeah.
you know, like they don't often like work the match such that like there's not that urgency there until like the last 10 seconds, because as you say, even the last minute he's doing stuff that like, you know, maybe wouldn't be what you'd do if given such little time. But yeah,
It kind of felt like I thought they were going to do the sort of finish where it's like the referee starts counting when there's 2 seconds left and runs out of time, but it seems to count when there's like 3 or 4, so he's pretty much got a kick out of it.
yeah. That's a good point.
Yeah, I guess it's very tough to get that timing right.
Yeah, and the bell rings, and Dustin, he can hardly believe his ears because he just keeps it going, and the ref has to restrain him doing more drop kicks.
Yeah.
So we have all this TV of
it's a draw.
we have all this TV of Austin cheating, and you know there is some like shenanigans here, but here he just lasts. He is a spectacular athlete, one of the hottest in WCW, and he's able to outlast the natural.
Yep. And I kind of saw the writing on the wall during the first time elapsed announcement, but still a really fucking twisty match.
Yeah, absolutely.
Dustin would be like, what, 21?
Yeah, still
Something
really
like
young.
that, which is fucking mental, because he's so good.
He
And
is the
Austin's
natural.
Incredible. He is a natural, the natural.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
A little twisty.
Yep.
And so then we get the next pay-per-view presentation. It's Starrcade.
Yeah.
Where they're going to have the Battle Bowl. And maybe you think this is like just like a Super Bowl except wrestling. Nope. Literal bowl that are putting the wrestlers into.
Yeah, and an intriguing concept. I didn't look up if, like, presumably Austin and Dustin have some kind of rematch. I didn't look up whether it happened, but almost definitely not at Starrcade, which is kind of the way you'd want it, but I don't know.
Yeah, like Starrcade being the biggest show kind of conflicts when like they decide like, oh, let's do a crazy tag tournament at Starrcade.
Yeah, it's like I don't hate that idea, but maybe make a different event for it.
Yeah.
And we'll get to another gripe that I have with that later. But now, are you ready for Oz versus Bill Kazmaier?
Oh hell yeah! So Oz, he was supposed to be the Chamber of Horrors, but then I guess Cactus Jack took his spot.
Yep. Oz, obviously, Kevin Nash. They debuted him wearing like a crazy, would it even been like a wax mask or some shit? Like something really weird, like a old wizard face.
Yeah, he was supposed to be the actual Wizard of Oz. He's here.
Yeah, and that would have been because, what film studio was it that WCW worked with? Because they also got RoboCop in the next year, I think, or the previous year.
Yeah.
Universal, maybe.
Yeah, I'm sure there was like a specific studio. I always sort of associate it with like just like generally like Turner Classic Movies, right? Like, you know, like that's like what Ted Turner did with his money, is put all these movies on that he liked. And so I thought it was like Jim Hurd and co just trying to tie into that and be like, oh, we have the Wizard of Oz.
Yeah, but at this point, it's just Kevin Nash in lime green.
Yeah, he's not got the head.
Yeah. Which is, I don't know, I've not seen an Oz match with the mask. I couldn't tell you how that works or not. But,
I think he takes it off when he gets in the ring.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah, he doesn't wrestle in big head mode.
Yeah, whenever someone's got a crazy mask, I'm always like, oh, I hope they wrestle like that.
Yeah.
I was really disappointed when Uncle Howdy's lads didn't do that.
Yeah. Like, come on, Eric Rowan. I rated you highly in my Twisty Listy, but you have a crazy mask.
Yeah, come on, Joe Gacy. I did not rate you highly at any point, but please.
Yeah, even still.
So yeah, the build for Kazmaier was all about taking on Cactus and Abby, specifically Cactus, I think. But then we got this for whatever reason.
Yeah, like so like, you know, you'd think that Cactus would just be in the Chamber of Horrors, like that's his match.
Yeah.
But for some reason it's not. So like they start this match by noting how, you know, they make a nice point on commentary that like Bill Kazmaier was told he was going to face Cactus Jack. Now he's facing Oz. Perhaps his game plan will be different. And Jim Ross is like, that's a good point, but I don't think so, because he is power fighter. I also would like to take this moment to point out that Bill Kazmaier has like such a cute entrance here, where he like he comes in carrying a big beanbag of the world.
Yes. He's literally got the weight of the world on his shoulders. It's pretty sick.
It's not like some like big like Atlas thing where he's holding it like both hands. He's got a fucking space hopper in like his finger. It's adorable. So yeah, like I think, you know, Bill Kazmaier shows a lot of stuff here that's good, and I feel like, you know, me framing it like that just feels like so, you know, as if like I'm like grading him differently. And I guess like it's kind of unavoidable when like his reputation is so bad, right? That like you see him and like he does something good and you're like, yeah, look at this, you know, he's good at reaching a headlock. He has a nice lariat, test of strength, does it well, gets the hands down, stomps them. Yay! We like Bill Kazmaier. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like sometimes people's reputation, especially if there's like a small amount of stuff to judge them from, then some people's reputations can get almost carried away. I don't know what a lot of people saw in him that was so like irreparably shit, as most people seem to say. Like, I looked at his Strigger net and I saw that he has a sub 3.0 rating. Nobody's gone above the 3 mark for him. It's like, man, he's fucking alright. I bet he could have adapted if he stuck around.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you know, a year or so in the business and he's like this. That's good pace. That's good fucking pace. And he was in rings as well.
He was what?
He was in rings as well.
Yes, of course. Yeah, I would have watched that first ring show. I couldn't remember him though, sadly. I would have watched it like 6 years ago or something. No.
Kevin Nash goes on to bigger success, but Kevin Nash never fought Chris Dolman.
I think he never fought Shinya Hashimoto at the Tokyo Dome.
No.
That's a match I'd like to see.
I remember like so like Oz was in New Japan. I don't think he ever wrestled Hashimoto right enough, but like I remember he would have like gotten like real over the same way El Gigante would, where like Liger would team with him and it'd be like, oh, he tall, me small. And I remember hearing Nash talk about that. I can't remember where it's from, but he was literally like, oh, they would have just offered me money to stay there and just be a big star. And I wonder what that looks like. Kevin Nash never goes to like the Fed or anything. It's just Oz in New Japan. Like fucking like imagine like fucking like 2016 New Japan Rambo. Oh my god, it's Oz.
Yeah, pretty sick.
Yeah.
Oz though, you know, in this match, he looked a bit green. Wrestling terminology joke.
Wow.
Nah, I mean, he just looked. I just said that because he's wearing lime green, and I didn't necessarily think that.
Yeah,
I don't like that term anyway. I'm not
like,
saying it. I'm not saying like it never applies to people, but I feel like it's just like the laziest thing to say about like relatively new workers.
Sure.
Oh,
yeah.
This guy has been working for 9 months. Looks a bit green to me. Bunch of phony fucking critics.
Yeah.
I hate almost all writing about wrestling.
Yeah, it's a pretty lazy insult. What am I, a banana? So Oz, green literally, green figuratively. I'll leave it up to you, listener, to see. Here, he does a crazy backdrop to Bill Kazmaier and drops him on his head. That was sick. And then, Bill Kazmaier kicks out of it. And they note like, oh, that's that bench press rest coming into play. Because he did that in World's Strongest Man. Okay. And then, he gets sent to the outside. And it really is incredible to see this guy just, like, skin the cat. Like,
Yeah. Like, I'm sure that would be a novel spot when somebody the size of Shawn Michaels did it.
Yeah.
So for him to do it with all his weight, it's like, wow, awesome.
Like, there really is something to it where, like, you think of like Shawn Michaels or someone doing it, you get like the initial jump up and then like the momentum and the bouncing carries you over. I think if this was just like a steel rod, he could have did this. There was just unbelievable power in those arms. You know? It was incredible. So like he gets back in, there's a big pop for that, and he murks Kevin Nash and torture wrecks him for the win.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's no reason given for this match to really be happening, but for what it is, very short and simple match, it's pretty fun.
Yeah. Like, something I think about a lot is just like how much of wrestling is quantity. Like the big mindset would just be like, oh, you have to work like 350 days a year and make all these towns. That's how you make it. And then like obviously there are many examples of like reduced schedules, and maybe now it's sort of like, oh, you don't need all that. But I see this sort of match where it's it doesn't like the crowd's not going crazy over it, but it's good practice for a rookie, because like he's trying out this stuff that like is working a bit, and he can fine tune it and stuff. And that's exactly what should happen. Is you should just like be on a freaking road doing matches and figuring out what works. And again, like I've been saying, if you had like 5 more years of this, I bet it'd be real good.
Yep. So you're with me in being a Bill Kazmaier truther.
Yep.
Yeah, I think he had a lot of potential upside. I've commented before on his good face. He's got a good and expressive face.
Yeah.
He's got some impressive spots, some basics. It's never painful to watch him. I just don't know what people are talking about when they're like, oh, this guy was the drizzling shits.
Yeah, I am for Big Billy Kaz.
Yep. Sadly, though, he'd be done by January 4th, 1992, so not long left for him.
Damn it.
But
no,
that Tokyo Dome show, that's going on the fucking Grapply listy.
The Bill Kazmaier retirement match.
We will see it. It's got like a 1 point something on Striganet.
Oh, that match?
Yeah.
Come on. Come on.
I mean, who knows? Maybe they shit the bed, you know? Used to say, unless you've seen it, I don't know.
Nah, I've not seen it. I am presuming.
But yeah, January 4th Tokyo Dome show, 1992. That'll be on the listy there. So maybe we'll get around to that when we're 45.
Yeah. Meanwhile, back at the commentary booth, Tony Schiavone predicts terms you will hear, like Van Hammer Maniacs or whatever the fuck. Something that like we haven't really talked about, but which is never far from my mind, is pre-Bell's palsy Jim Ross is apt to use his mouth to smile.
Yes.
And you know,
and the first time I saw it, it freaked me the fuck out. Like, oh, what the fuck?
See, like, what I think is so odd about it, it's not just that it's uncharacteristic to see Jim Ross smile, but it's that, like, his Bell's palsy didn't really alter, like, what is his resting face. Like, his resting expression is, you know, that sort of countenance. And then he will just be talking like that to the camera, like, blah, 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 looking like he's, like, you know, vaguely pissed off. And then he'll go, now to the ring.
Yeah, I heard some kind of interview with him once where he was like, "I would like to smile," and like I don't doubt that in like his everyday life maybe, but I think the sort of curmudgeon vibe is quite natural to him, and when he flashes the pearly whites, it's like very forced and strange.
Yeah. Like, I thought about it here because, like, you know, they're talking about Van Hammer because he's coming up next. He talks about Van Hammer, and Tony Schiavone just starts saying, like, oh, you're going to hear terms like heavy metal and Van Hammer a lot more. And, like, the first item he lists off, JR goes, like, "Arr!" And then for the other items, he just, like, and, like, it's 0 to 100. It's crazy. So, Van Hammer, originally scheduled to go against Michael Hayes, insane booking.
Yeah, this whole card just got fucking... It's like you put it in the washing machine. It's all over the place.
So now, here's Pretty Boy Doug Summers. Squashy!
Yeah, another third squashy of the night on pay-per-view.
Fucking... This is like presented in cooperation with WCW Worldwide. So
Van Hammer's he's got a special entrance, and it features guys using pneumatic drills for some reason.
Yeah, they got jackhammers
out. Interesting.
Yeah, and
I'm not sure like what the connection with that is with rock music.
Jackhammers?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure myself. Maybe like Van Hammer's a big Einstein Newbauten guy or something.
Well, that'll be a gimmick.
So he's wearing...
Instead of like shredding, he's like smashing a fucking bin with a stick.
He comes out with magnetic tape. Music concrete superstar. So he's wearing a Hammer Rocks shirt. All right. And yep. Doug Summers is here. And
Jobber entrance
for him. So, you know, they get going. Tony says, you know, what separates the good young athletes from the bad is confidence. And as he's saying this, Van Hammer and Doug Summers mess up with the rope running. Yeah, like Doug Summers seems like a sloppy boy, pretty sloppy boy. Like
yeah, maybe my only prior experience would be one of those matches he had with Buddy Rose against the Rockers in AWA. Like fucking amazing brawls.
Sure, yeah. I wouldn't necessarily even say it's a bad thing. I just like noticed like in other squashes he's been in, like he'll like run the ropes and like almost trip on like the bottom one. Like he's just like going crazy in there. And Van Hammer is unprepared for this. The power plant did not teach him about this. So Van Hammer beats him up, does the Queen. Hammerhead's going wild, and then he hits a slingshot suplex, and then Dustin just kicks out at 3.1. Fuck you.
Yeah, and with that suplex, he kind of almost dropped some on the top of his head for it.
Yeah. Like I really only know if Van Hammer's like one of those cases of like guys who were still employed by WCW for so long.
Yeah, I looked him up and I was like, whoa, he was still around in '98. I'm surprised we didn't see him at some point.
Yeah. Like,
but yeah, I only really knew of him of like people like talking about WCW being the shits and stuff.
Yeah.
Like, got fucking Van Hammer. And I don't know. I'm not gonna leap to his defense as I did with Bill Kazmaier. I would say the jury's still out.
Yeah. He's the WCW answer to WWS Mad Mountain Rock. And then Mad Mountain Rock comes over as
Mad
Max
Mountain
Payne.
Rock. The thinking man's Hiroshi Tanahashi.
I always remember seeing on the Brian Turner VHS channel an anti-drug ad from Max Payne, where he's like, like, you may want to get on drugs, but don't do it. You'll regret it. Trust me. It's just this guy in like eyeliner.
Yeah, it's a shame that he was filming that documentary in like 94, 95, wasn't he?
Oh yeah.
It's a shame we never got the full cut of that. The trailer looked good.
Yeah, and it probably kind of fucked him out of it.
He's trying to get like the behind the scenes, and there's a bit where he's with Ted DiBiase, and Ted DiBiase is just fully in gimmick mode. It's like, I like money.
Wow. Crazy way to live your life. So we had that there. Van Hammer.
Yep, that much happened.
Nothing at all. A little nothing.
Nothing at all.
So now, Brian Pillman, he wants world title, and he dedicates this match, the finals of the tournament, to his crowned light heavyweight champion, to the great fans of WCW and his family. And Richard Morton, he will get the York Foundation their first title. He's been a champion all his life. Okay.
Yeah. And then this one, the referee camera helmet is back.
Yeah.
And we actually get a good shot of Nick Patrick wearing it. And he looks silly.
Yeah.
He's like a South Park depiction of somebody with learning disabilities.
Oh yeah. It's not Nick Patrick, it's Timmy.
So apparently the most you can weigh to compete in this division is 236 pounds.
Yep.
What's with the 6?
Oh, that is a good point. I didn't really consider the exactness.
You can't round it down to like 35 or 30. 36. Yeah. Okay.
It's always crazy to like go back to like these like old cruiserweight divisions, and like that's the thing you think when you see Brian Pillman at this time. Like he looks huge. He's a former football player, and he's they're talking like, oh, they said he was too small, he would never make it in pro wrestling. Like, look at the guy. And just thinking about how like it'd be almost like Billy Gunn in AEW. He'd tower over everyone nowadays. Tower over them.
Yeah, it's probably like they see him in the ring and it's like, oh shit, this guy is fucking executing everything like so amazingly perfect. But he's not 6'7", so I don't think he's gonna. Yeah. I don't think he's gonna main event. I don't think he's gonna be fucking the Hulkster.
Yeah, it's true. So yeah, Richard Morton in, and I think Richard Morton is immediately so seamless in playing a heel role here, because if you've seen Ricky Morton before, you're used to sort of like the speed of like the rock and rolls, like how they'd like, you know, outsmart the opponents and like outrun them and stuff. He still has that here, but he's using it to stall and be a bastard. And I think it works. It's weird to see it, but it works.
Yeah, I don't know if I agreed. Because we saw a lot of the York Foundation, but it was mostly Terrance and Thomas, wasn't it?
Yeah, like not a lot.
And then maybe Morton would have been in the trios title match.
Yeah, I think.
I don't know. I expected a bit more out of this one. I felt like just seeing him work heel felt the most unnatural compared to Thomas and Terrance.
Sure. Yeah, I can see that.
And also the thing of it being like, this is to crown the first ever light heavyweight champion. So this is a new division that, even though sort of cruiserweight wrestling is kind of in its infancy here, you want to have a match that sets it aside. And I felt like all the stalling and stuff kind of didn't go with how I would picture it going. Because he's fast, and the best moments of this is when Flyin Brian is able to showcase his explosivity, but it kind of didn't happen enough for me. So it kind of it wasn't really working for me.
Yeah, I can see that. Like there definitely is like a lot of like simple maneuvers in this. Like that's one thing that like happens enough that like I think JR preemptively jumps to the defense of it because they're in like a head scissors, and he goes like, oh, you know, they're doing simple maneuvers because this is a sudden death, one fall situation.
Right, as opposed to the other matches which aren't. But yeah, I think it's because cruiserweight wrestling is like so embryonic that it's probably like, okay, so if the babyface can do all this exciting stuff, and that is okay, but a heel doing that, no, the heel inherently has to slow it down at all times. And that's what I feel was like the disconnect with me watching it.
Yeah. I think probably my favourite spot, maybe it falls into sort of what you're talking about, is when they're like both running about, they're like you know, run to the corner, like jump up, other guy jumps in, and like Pillman gets on the corner, and then he like goes to dive, and then Richard like is like and he looks away, and then like, you know, thinks that he's like outsmarted him. It's like ha, but then Brian Pillman is like shh to the crowd, because then he does a dive onto him. That was a nice little fake out there.
Yeah, there's good moments in it. I think also the crowd was not like, I've been used to them sort of being like going crazy for Flyin Brian, and for whatever reason here it didn't quite connect with them as well.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I would say that like in retrospect, like yeah, probably the best sort of framing for this style of match to put on would just be like a TV match with no stakes, as opposed to like this thing which is supposed to be like really establishing a division.
Yeah, because I watched the Clash from September, and Flyin Brian faced Bad Street in that. Yeah. And that was a twisty to me. It didn't feel like it was slowed down too much.
Yeah. So, yeah, like I'd say quite sort of like a TV match. You know, you're talking about how like Bobby versus Terrance like really upped the stakes. This one like it's pretty modest still, and they fucking like have like a shoulder block which sends them both out, and then it's a bit of an odd finish because like Brian gets sent into the post on his bad shoulder, and then he's like, okay, I'm gonna go up top and win the match now.
Yeah, and then he hits that crossbody, and they used the referee camera for this. Yeah. But it's kind of weird. Like Nick Patrick hasn't got his head on straight, so it's kind of like weirdly angled, so you don't actually get a good look at the pin. And
the
maybe
the Dutch angle.
I don't know. I don't know, but maybe they didn't use the referee much after that.
Yeah. Do you remember
We're
when
just sort of trying it out.
Do you remember when TNA did that with the X Division?
No, but I think they fucking did it recently with the fucking SummerSlam match with Punk and McIntyre. Rollins was wearing a camera.
Oh.
Not in a big helmet, though.
Oh.
No, shit. Fucking shit match. Can't.
Yeah. Oh, let's get the referee camera so we can hear Nick Patrick mark outs. So like in the live match, I feel like it's mainly just like the weird count you see, but the replay gets a good referee shot of like Pillman coming off the top. It looks like a shot out of the Van Hammer music video. Let's watch it again. So yeah, Pillman wins the title. What do you think of the actual championship? Did you like the look of it?
I don't think that I focused on it that much. I didn't write anything about it anyway.
It features a red accent.
A red accent?
Yes. Tasteful.
Nice.
Anyway, fuck that. Who's the Phantom? Who's the Phantom?
Oh my god. From parts unknown. Wait. Also unknown. They couldn't get this Phantom lad to step on some scales.
Yeah.
So yeah, the Z-Man versus the WCW Phantom, and oh man, who could it be? As he's coming down the ramp, the Phantom is like, well, that's fucking clearly Rick Rude.
What? No.
It's so obviously Rick Rude. They designed the mask so that the mustache could poke out of it.
Yeah. He comes down and he's like he's doing like that one movie where Bela Lugosi died halfway through, so Dracula has to like obscure his whole body, and maybe that's to avoid the Rick Rude allegations. And Z-Man, meanwhile, like I wonder if Z-Man comes to this match with like a bit of a jobber face, or maybe that's just how he looks, because he comes out just like Halloween Havoc, baby, and like he knows he's gonna eat shit. So who knows what's in the mind of Tom Zink. So Phantom attacks and then lariats him, body slam, and then an eye rake. Oh my god, this is Rick Rude.
Yeah, the fairly rudimentary mask that they've used is not really disguising this guy.
Oh, there's a couple other things rudimentary about him, I'd say.
Yeah, I was wondering if the Phantom would maybe be as ineffective as the Creatures. but no, that first fucking stiff lariat definitely put that thought to bed.
So Z-Man, he gets a little bit of a comeback, and he drop kicks the Phantom, and the Phantom takes his drop kick, he spins around in a circle in pain, and then immediately hits him back.
Yeah.
And
yeah,
then
it's a very brief comeback.
And then he hits a neck breaker that wins the match, and Shivani says, that move is called the Rude Awakening.
Come on, Tony. The mask was doing a terrible enough job as it is.
Yeah.
You could at least pretend to be like, whoa, what is that?
Like, incurious Jim Ross is just like, alright.
And then, I was really expecting him to whip off the mask and be like, sup, bitch.
Yeah.
It was me, Rick Rude, all along. Established former WWF superstar. But he just doesn't. He just goes back.
Yeah.
And then, okay, we come back to him later, but at this time I thought that there could conceivably be people out there with severe visual impairments that were like, damn, this mysterious Phantom battered my faith mid-carder, Z-Man, and then vanished forever.
I will tune into WCW to find out more.
Well, but speaking of WCW, as we are, we got WCW World Tag Team Championships,
Yep.
the Enforcers
Versus...
and Larry against the Patriots, Firebreaker, Chip, and Todd Champion. Now you see me, I'm an average American. I get behind the Patriots because they represent me, a military firefighter. But also I smoke crack and I hate my kids. So I was looking up the Patriots on Wikipedia, and apparently the team was also supposed to include a cop and an astronaut. And I felt like astronaut is a particularly funny idea. When are you next going into space, Buzz Armstrong? Soon, probably. Anyway, drop down, leapfrog, headlock takeover. At least with like Vince gimmicks like Wrestling Garbage Man, it's not likely, but it's still possible that they just really like being a garbage man, and so balance that with their other job of being a professional wrestler. But with an astronaut, eventually you just have to be like, I've not seen this cunt go into space once.
Well, you know, Jim, he came in as an astronaut, but since then he's really learned some wrestling holds. He's mixing his astronauting with his
used
wrestling.
to working on the moon, but now he's doing body slam. To be fair, it's kind of similar with the Troop. It's like, what action you seen, bro? When you gonna fuck up Al Qaeda?
Yeah. Fucking dad's army ass wrestler.
So yeah, the champions. This is champions. This match. The U.S. Tag Team Champions are. They don't feel particularly over, despite their pandering gimmick.
This match has achieved the impossible. It has negative builds. The Enforcer has spent all their time in different feuds.
And then Larry was just like, yeah, these guys remind me of slime that we evolved from.
You never once said primordial ooze. It's just slime. So they say that Barry Windham apparently had his eye on the tag title. We never heard him say this. He was only talking about how the chamber performance would be electrifying. So
Oh, he had his eye on it. With who?
yeah. And
He's
so
like, I'm gonna win that by myself.
So that's why they murked his hand, Larry and Arn. So fair play to them. They eliminated the competition.
And he had his eye on the title, but he can't put his hand on it because it's fucked.
Yeah, ouchies. So great thing about Larry Zbyszko is that he's always using his voice in a match.
Yeah.
He is getting beat up by Chip, Firebreaker Chip, and he just constantly go like, oh. He goes for he gets backslid. Firebreaker Chip puts a backslide on him, and as he kicks it, he goes like, oh. It's wonderful. He's the best wrestler ever.
Yeah, it's kind of sad that this team doesn't last for long, and at least 1 month of it is involved in the Freebirds and the Patriots.
Yeah. Like, it's a testament to how great they are that they like shine despite all of this.
They still managed to make my top 10.
Oh yeah, fucking Arn tags in, and he's like fucking feeling himself. Like, it's crazy. Like, you know, he's just like got the crowd in the palm of his hands, and you know, there's a great scramble where like he like does a waistlock takedown to Chip, but he can't get a hold of him. So then, like, you know, like he ends up like just like fucking like, you know, hurtling out of the ring, and then he points at Chip and goes, "Oil." So that's good shit. Then Chip gets him in an arm lock and tags in Todd Champion, who then does like full arm drag and twist. And Tony saying that is how I made the
A little twist.
sound clip. Thank you very much. And so, you know, Arn does not continue letting Todd Champion do this to him. And Tony says, you know, oh, I bet that arm wrench was Arn throwing Todd a bone. He didn't have Arn at all. And I think, yeah, that's good. You've preserved your credibility. So then, go outside and Todd backdrops him on the floor for a power driver attempt. And then, a bear hug. It's a new maneuver from Todd Champion. Broken up by Larry. They give the Patriots like a bit here. But mainly, the Patriots look like idiots. In a good way, I think. Because, in a hierarchical society like pro wrestling promotion, I think it's good to just have like a heel trounce a guy, just be absolutely superior, physically and mentally.
Yeah, they didn't get totally bitched out or anything, but it was clear who the fucking big boys are.
Yeah, there's multiple...
Like, you wouldn't consider this the fifth squash. It just about surpasses squash.
Yeah. There's demonstrable tag team superiority from the Enforcers. Like, there's like multiple tags where you just like sneakily do them while the Patriots ain't even got their fucking out in the ball, so they get like fucking blindsided by the other Enforcer coming in. And Todd Champion is the babyface in peril here. Good combo I wrote here of smart tag versus dumb idiots. It's a good dynamic. I'd like to see more of it. Firebreaker Chip, big hot tag from him. There's chaos in the ring, and what I love is that for all we said about how the smart tag team wrestling of the Enforcers, this is such a perfect thing where Firebreaker Chip, he just fucking bumps into Larry Zbyszko, who then just falls out of the ring like a sack of potatoes, and then Firebreaker Chip turns around, Spinebuster! Oh my god, it's over.
Yeah, pretty funny finish.
Yeah, Todd Champion, he doesn't even care about breaking out the pin. I guess he's just given up.
Yeah, I think Larry was kind of holding him back, but I'm sure if he kicked his legs out a bit more, he could have escaped that grasp.
A troop wouldn't let that
foothold. But yeah, I mean, this was an okay match. Nobody believed in the Patriots.
No.
Even if they had a lot of momentum and fan support, which they didn't, nobody actually was gonna think that they could win here.
Yeah, and
but the Enforcers have a very high floor, so it's nothing painful.
And you were saying about this not yet being the era where rule breakers are the heroes. I think the Horsemen might be some of the pioneers of that, because Arn Anderson, a motherfucker, but they love him. He's a legend already,
Yeah, definitely.
So then we come back to Eric Bischoff Dracula, and he's there with Paulie Dangerously. He's here.
How fucked is it to see them side by side, by the way?
yeah, it's crazy. And even crazier, Medusa is here. You're wondering what happened with her? Well, now she's Paulie's lady manager. Okay. So he's been taken off the television because the championship committee, the very same ones that made the top 10, decided that he is rated 0. He's off. So he's not co-host of the TV anymore. But he still has a manager's license, so he'll get revenge by killing WCW. And he asked Medusa, find me a man to kill Sting. And then they found him, the Phantom. And it's
the mystery man.
It's Rick Rude.
What? Who could have guessed?
Rick Rude is here.
And at this point, some fucking dubbed music plays on the network, and I think the copy that you watched as well.
Yeah.
So you can't actually hear the vocal reception for him.
Yeah, no.
Which is really annoying.
Yeah, it's messed up. Rick.
Because I'm sure it was a pretty good pop. Even if I'm sure some people in the back row will be like, yeah, that's probably Rick Rude.
yeah,
But to actually reveal it, we all love a proper reveal in wrestling.
Yeah, especially because he's wearing the tights, It's not just his face; it's the costume, the recognizable costume. So Rick Rude's cuts a big old promo about how he's got his money man, and stuff, and the Money Man, Mr. Dangerously, fucking like says, I want to kill Sting, so I will kill you, Sting, and I'll win the United States title. So yeah.
He also says he wonders whether Sting is really as small as he looks on television.
Yeah.
Well, no, I'm sure the Hulkster is taking notes. Sting considered small.
Brother, no. Oh. So, like,
yes, actually, dude.
This is a very important thing. This basically like dictates what like the next 2 years are going to look like for WCW, because Rick Rhodes is such a private player as like a main event guy. It feels a bit funny that like, you know, already knowing of like the Rick Rude era is like, you know, may not be the most commercially successful era, but definitely like an era full of like really good stuff and consistent television, great matches and all that. And to think that like this fucking like kind of stupid Paul E promo is what started it.
Yeah. I kind of naturally assumed that like, wow, Sting versus Rick Rude. Now that's a money match for Starrcade right there.
Oh.
But no, what happens is that he beats Sting in under 5 minutes, not eligible for the Cage Match Guide at Clash of Champions 17. And then at Starrcade, it's Rude and Austin versus Big Josh and Van Hammer in the Battle Bowl. And then Sting wins a 2-ring Battle Royale. So fucking, okay then.
Yeah. That's the great thing about the Battle Bowl. It's not like it's just like a strange bedfellows tournament. You win your match and then you get to be in a battle royal.
Yeah. So hey, I like strange bedfellows, but why at Starrcade when you had this obvious fucking match right here?
Yeah.
When you delve into the Starrcade, you really learn like, damn, this was not WrestleMania at all. At any point, really. Well, maybe the 80s, but when it actually becomes official WCW, they just fucking do whatever.
Yeah.
Totally. I was doing a 95 timeline last year, and then I realised like, oh wait, this can't be right. Starrcade next. There was no fucking build to it, and the Starrcade show is WCW guys versus New Japan guys.
Yep.
Which is fun, novel, but nobody actually fucking knows the WCW guys the New Japan guys that well.
Yeah.
So like you'll have chance of like USA during an Alex Wright versus whoever match, Kanemoto maybe.
Is that the show as well where like Chono's there and he does the what they call the mafia kick, and Dusty Rhodes in disbelief like, the mafia kick? That's just a kick there. What are you talking about, Martini?
It might be. You also got Luger versus Saito, I think. They just really threw that shit together.
What's the Hogan match on there? Isn't it like a 3-way?
I don't think Hogan was present in like the New Japan stuff.
Yeah, no, like it's definitely a separate thing. Let me check here because
I'm
curious. It's motherfucking. Oh, he's not on it. Okay.
Yeah, I was wondering. He might have not been on it. But yeah, they didn't fucking promote that shit on the Nitros, really. It's like, damn. That's Starrcade. Everyone associates that as the big WCW show. But it feels like most years that Halloween Havoc or Great American Bash will feel bigger. It's crazy.
Yeah. I'm on the cage match right now. This feels like it must be a mistake. It goes over the whole card. Main event, Ric Flair defeats Randy Savage, and then it says dark match for the WCW US title. Kensuke Sasaki defeats the One Man Gang.
Is that after the main event?
It's listed as such on cage match.
Wow. So all those nitros were be like, oh, we didn't put Goldberg on this episode. Let's have him fucking fuck up the Giant to please the fans. That was the fan pleasing match.
Yeah.
Kensuke Sasaki versus the One Man Gang.
Yeah, damn straight. You know, they saw Kensuke be defeated by Sting, and they were like, "Boo, we want Kensuke." So WC was like, "All right, all right."
Yeah, I didn't realise that would be double duty as well.
Yeah, yeah. And it was Johnny B. Bad versus Masa Saito.
Oh, even better, I would say.
Wow.
Was Luger on that?
Yeah, Luger defeated Chono, and then he
Right.
was involved in a triangle #1 contendership match where Ric Flair defeated him and Sting by count it. 28 minutes.
Oh. Damn, this promotion rules. It's so stupid.
Oh man, pretty good, pretty good.
Yeah, Eddie versus Otani is definitely a twisty on that. So we got that at least. Even though the fans are like, who is Otani? But no, let's rewind it back to 1991.
Yep.
2 out of 3 falls. Main event for the WCW World Heavyweight Championship. The reigning champion Lex Luger, accompanied by Harley Race and initially Mr. Hughes, against Ron Simmons, accompanied by Dusty Rhodes.
Yep.
So this was pretty well built for once on this show. Pretty well built, and they stuck to it, and that was what they were actually going to produce at the pay-per-view.
Yeah,
And
definitely.
I was looking forward to it.
Me too. Me too. I thought it was real effective, the segments he did. Like, you know, when Ron Simmons is just being interviewed, and then here's a letter from the championship committee right on air. Oh, Mr. Hughes has been banned from ringside, and also Dusty Rhodes, you get a manager's license. Get on it here.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah,
and
they worded it like Simmons was negotiating with WCW to get that done.
Yeah, yeah. And you know that's a level of intelligence that you don't see many babyfaces exhibit.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, Harley Race comes out, and he goes like, "What is going on? What is going on?" And then JR's like, "I'm sorry." And he's like, "You don't have to tell me you're sorry. Just tell me what's going on." So he's not happy about it because Mr. Hughes, he would do the epic distraction and murking, which would allow Lex Luger to win.
Yeah.
And so, you know, we finally get the Seminoles video in HD. Get to hear Rogers be like, I'm coming back to my alma mater where I dedicated myself and I did it. And now I want to be the world heavyweight champion. And then man's like, one last time. And, you know, we're all set. Ron even comes out in the Seminoles tights with the colors. And meanwhile, Luger, they really blow some cash on Luger because he's got his name up there.
And what the fuck you doing here, Mr. Hughes? Did you not get the announcement?
Yeah, like I wrote Mr. Hughes coming down, but he can't stay. And I'm glad that like everyone else was sort of like that. You know, like Nick Patrick is telling him to go, and the commentators are like, they shouldn't start us if he's not going. And yep,
Mr. Hughes, you could have just chilled at home. Why are you here?
Yeah.
You could have made a meal and you put the salt in, and then you contemplate like, more salt.
You could have ate one Twinkie and contemplated, I'll have another Twinkie. So here we don't get the referee, but we do get the rules. I quite like generally like there's a lot of like close-up camera work they do to capture audio that I think is like real effective, and I think wrestling could do with more often. And this is the first example of it. Just like, you know, I mean it's pro wrestling. It's nothing too complex or anything, but you know, like just like hearing that adds a lot to it. So Ron and Luger just these two hulking specimens of guys. Initially, Ron is trying to like psych Luger out. You know, like there's definitely something I think 2 out of 3 falls is like the perfect stipulation. It adds so much to like just like have you're able to fail, and it's not like the end all of it. You know, it does so well to like establish moves. It does so well to like make everything count, and really good exemplary here in this first fall.
Yeah, and this is a bit of a wet dream match for JR to be commentating on, because apparently these guys had proper wars in the hand-eye training drills.
Yep, like I love
Ron Simmons was and Lex Luger was the him. I can't actually take in that information.
I love that one promo that Ron Simmons cuts. It's like in front of a green screen where it's like Lex Luger, back when we were playing football, you blah 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 blah. Like like you like he drops a lot of football terms that I do not know. But it's like you tried to do this thing to me. Well, now it's wrestling, and I'll fourth quarter you, motherfucker.
Yeah, I think as I spend more time in the United States, I'm going to try. I think it'd be funny to get into. I'm going to try and get into it as a bit, but I'm still going to call it hand egg, like John Cleese.
Oh yeah.
You know what they actually should call it is hand egg, because they use their hands and it's shaped like an egg. So it's quite illogical to call it football.
Is John Cleese the one who came up with that?
Yeah, it was like some fucking YouTube video from like 2007 or some shit.
Wow.
And I'm using it semi-ironically, but only semi-ironically.
Yeah. So talked about Larry Z and his noises. Can't not mention Lex Luger. Every single match. Oh! And that could be him selling or striking. Really it depends. As he is screaming like this, they say he has a 3.7 GPA. And I'm just thinking to myself,
I understand what that means.
Jack Swagger had a 4.0 GPA.
What's GPA?
Some academic thing. I don't know. I just remember that they always said that about Jack Swagger to say that he's smart. He's got 4.0.
Wow.
Most people may get 2.0. He's got 4. Meanwhile, Lex Luger, he's 3.7. I guess he's fine. And then he's like trying to slow it down, and then Ron just explodes on him. It's absolutely fucking just gets a chance, starts beating the shit out of him, doing all these moves, gets it going, spinebusters him, pin, 1, 2, 3, done.
Yeah, and that felt huge.
Rah!
Simmons,
holy shit,
one of the best power wrestlers ever.
It's so fucking true, because like
everything he does looks like it will give you Benoitism.
yeah, like he does so well at like channeling like babyface fire into what is truly a malicious display. Like you get behind him, but he's doing some fucked up shit to the human body here, and
Very true.
Then they really play the drama well of the 2 out of 3 fall stipulation, because Dusty,
between the falls, Dusty and Harley are acting as the cornermen, like that boxing.
Yeah,
it's good stuff. Dusty's very vocal, like you look great, baby. Whereas Harley seems almost preoccupied with what Dusty is saying.
Yeah, and like he just tells like Lex Luger to relax, and like it's not really giving him any advice or whatever. I also like too like the little details of like like Ron tells Dusty, I see something in his tights, and Dusty is like, there's nothing in his tights, baby, and if there is, we'll find it. It's quite a thing to shrug off, but yeah, like just incredible gravitas. Like it's funny like about Dusty in this period, because I remember recently seeing a Deep Cut short that was like, he used to have a talk show where like his bale of hay seat would be higher than anyone else's bale of hay, And soon Jim Herd realized that he was just trying to angle his way into prominence and stopped giving him this show. So, there is always that thing of him inserting himself into something. But here's the thing. He's one of the most evocative, emotional performers ever. So him angling for a spot means that he's giving this his all, and he's adding so much to it. He's adding such an emotional core. And he does so here. And I think it's a really compelling and sort of it's something I don't really see a lot as we get into the second fall, where Lex Luger is the heel champion who is vulnerable. And he's the one in peril because his back is fucked. He should not be wrestling. He could barely stand. And I really don't know how much I've seen that before, where the challenger is the one who's really hunting him. And that's what it feels like here. I was really struck by when Ron Simmons goes for an inside cradle. It felt like such a, you think of roll-ups as a reaction, a defensive maneuver. It felt like Ron Simmons just fucking I'm gonna fucking inside cradle you right now, fuck up your back some more. It was so crazy.
I was really impressed with the second fall. A lot of the time in 2 out of 3 falls matches, you figure it's going to go to the third one. But some really convincing stuff, close moments for Simmons to just go 2-0.
Yeah.
And totally. The crowd is fucking biting on it, and it really works.
Yeah. So crippled by all this stuff, Lex, his last resort is just he has to just go out of the way of Ron's tackles. So Ron, will barrel over to the outside, which will end up happening to him in more consequential ways. And so here we see a great part of the cornermen, which is that they both hate Nick Patrick. So Lex, he takes Ron across the ropes illegally, and Dusty asks Nick Patrick, "What the hell wrong with you?" And then he immediately goes over to Harley Race, who sees him count for a fall, and he goes, "Jesus Christ, you can count to 10!" So he's got no friends in this match. JR says, this is a 2 out of 3 falls match. That means no cheap ones. Remember this. So now Luger with a rest hold, and it's interesting that because they actually do basically describe it as that, Tony is I think he's doing this just to stall for time because he is fucked. And yeah, it's true. Then there's a wonderful shot of Harley Race up close, and they point out he's sweating. That's incredible. He is fucking this is fucked up for him. He's gonna have a heart attack. And then Harley Race, he interferes, grabs his foot, then Dusty comes around, bops him, and this is the definitive WCW crowd noise. You see this and you go, "Oh!" That's WCW right there, more than anything else.
Yeah. So that Harley holds Simmons by the ropes while Luger launches himself over Simmons and over the top rope for a DQ to even the scores. I felt there was a pretty clever spot, but kind of it's in execution, Race actually kind of struggles to get a proper grasp of Simmons.
Yeah.
So it's you kind of weren't really holding him. You kind of fumbled that.
Yeah,
but I think it works well enough.
Sure, yeah. The idea would be that from Nick Patrick's perspective, he would have seen him just backdrop him over the ropes, so the judgment call would have been "Hey, that was on purpose." If you're going to do the top rope thing, it's probably the best way you could do it, and it really does work in that function of Lex really was just there was no chance he could have beaten them there. So
yeah, and I think the stipulation helps out. If this was a 1-4 match and that was the finish, you'd be kind of be "Well, that's fucking BS, boy." But because it's the 4 to even it out, it works a bit better somehow.
Yeah, totally. And I think it really works well with like the cornermen again, because like now, there's been something to temper the excitement of that post first fall blow. Like Dustin now, like it's so great. It's been like, forget that call. You've got one up, and Ron calls Nick Patrick over. He's like, you poked my eye, and Nick is like, okay, I'll be watching. Thanks, Nick.
But yeah, it took ages for Lex to not be getting fucking battered.
Yeah.
And this was I felt it was a pretty good way to even it up.
Yeah. Lex, meanwhile, like at this point, he's like busted up, like he's crying blood from his eye.
Yeah. Not sure how that happened, but looks good.
Looks wonderful. And I think it's like really masterful how like the third fall starts, where like he's just like still like a zombie. He's like, holding himself up with the ropes, and Ron is like waiting to get at him, and then the ref gets involved and he was playing past him. He's actually like pretty alright. Lex Luger, the total package. And then it's crazy, like he's just like whapping him and like hitting him into the turnbuckles, but then Ron Simmons stops selling.
He starts fucking running up.
Yeah, he just fucking starts murking.
It's fucking sensational in this bit.
Yeah.
The crowd's losing their shit.
Yeah, like and the excitement in the commentary is just so palpable too. Like just so easy to get lost in, and he does an inverted atomic drop to Luger, where like sort of like I was saying earlier, they do such a great job at putting weight behind moves in this era. It's not even just that like finishes are they're not just all like these sequences that you kind of like go through listlessly. Even if we're like that, they still manage to like make moves that are never finishes feel just like so impactful. Like Lex goes down for this inverted atomic drop. You already know that like his back is fucked, and this just looks like, oh man, he may never wrestle again. And like like he's literally just like he's scooting afterwards, and you can just imagine that like he's in agony. How can he even stand? He has to be a super athlete to do that. Well, god damn it, he is, because he's a WCW wrestler, damn it. Yeah. Fuck. And then Ron gets him up top, superplex for 2. They're standing in the aisles, and Jim Ross says he is sweating. Oh my god, sweaty boy, GR. And he goes for his second rope shoulder block that sends Lex to the outside, and then an oopsie whoopsie from the All-American Ron Simmons, because he decides, I will shoulder block you into the post and crush your torso and kill you. But oh no, Lex moves. Owie. Big ouchies. Then gets the pained Ron back in the ring, and he has to shoot adjustment.
Yeah, that's a pile driver, by the way.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if we mentioned that last time.
Yeah. The pile driver to get the win. Very well done structure, and
Yeah, amazing match.
Yeah, spectacular. Like,
I did really feel like, oh man, a Simmons win would have fucking gone crazy here.
Oh, it would have hit like crack.
But it would have fed families. but yeah, I did look into it. Like, Luger was only the second holder of this particular belt after Ric Flair vacated it and went to the Fed, and he won it in July against Barry Windham at the Great American Bash, and this was his first defense. So that kind of explains why Simmons wasn't crowned here. But damn, it would have gone ham if he did.
Yeah. And
but still an amazing match.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, like, we can look back in retrospect and, like, they do crown him later on. So
yeah, is that the next year against Vader? I've seen that match. That's fucking great.
Yeah. Like, it's a great upgrade for Harley Race, Lex Luger leaves, and he's like, I will be Vader's manager now. But yeah, like I think it's like such a great sort of story. Like you know, like a heel champion like can end up being like such like a, obviously like the Triple H comparison always looms over of just like, you know, like guy who cheats but is also badass. I think it's done so well here, where like Lex just gets like outclassed in the first fall, just like he gets destroyed, and then, you know, he uses cheating to like get space of the second fall win, and then in the third fall he just uses his damn smarts, his damn brain to like outmaneuver the challenger and like just extinguish him. It's like really well done, and I feel like it's a good omen for like the rest of his run, that like the rest of this will be like that, I think.
Yeah, so that's the show.
Yeah,
I felt great show, and the fucking TV product is really enjoyable too, despite its continuity issues and stuff. And it feels like there would have been a lot of drama and scrambling and all sorts of shit going on, but man, that's some good fucking grappling viewing that we did.
Yeah,
I kind of figured that I would maybe like it more than the reputation suggested, but I ended up liking it more than even I expected.
Yeah, like really, really enjoyable stuff. It's not without its problems, but as I say, there are problems to like be regarded with levity and humor, as opposed to despair,
outrage.
Yeah,
too much fake outrage in retrospective grappling viewing, I think.
Oh sure, yeah. I am average American. I do not have knowledge of the backstage politics of Turner Broadcasting Studios.
Yeah.
I just watch.
Yeah, on this show, it's quite a strange mix of like squashies and twisties, but it works for me. I would say 3 mega twisties. That would be the. You're gonna press it, aren't you?
Mega twisty.
Damn, I thought Roy Knight was just saying MAGA.
Oh no, Roy Knight, do not make me cancel you, sir.
Kamala Harris, I'm not going to give you a little twisty. But yeah, the beautiful Bobby versus Terrance Taylor, amazing match. Dustin versus Austin, amazing match. Luger versus Simmons, amazing match. And I fucking liked the Chamber of Horrors a lot.
Yeah, me too.
And then the rest of it is probably, you know, some of it's alright, some of it's a bit shit, but it's all pretty painless.
Yeah.
Overall, great fucking show. 4 squashes is probably a bit much for pay-per-view, but maybe that's just a sort of time period thing. Like, I mean, it's got to be like, you watch all those early WrestleManias and they send the fucking entire roster out, and most of them spend 2 minutes in the ring.
Yeah.
So it's pretty much just kind of the done thing back then.
You know, a couple of days ago, I watched Tombstone again for the first time in a while, and I was really quite taken with the scene where Kurt Russell as Wyatt Earp is like, oh, I just wanted a normal life, and Val Kilmer as Doc Holliday is like, there is no normal life, Wyatt, there's only life, and you get on with it. And I'm thinking about how, like, I think we both, like, just have this thing of, like, it's a pay-per-view, so it should have this and that, and I think we can often kind of, like, see, like, an idealized version of what, like, a big show should be like, and even to this day, there'll be examples that, like, end up going against it, you know? Like, the thing I think of right now is, like, a modern thing is, like, oh, Drew McIntyre versus Baron Corbin. That's a WrestleMania match, you know?
Was it?
Yeah.
Was that a couple years ago?
Yeah, a couple years ago, yeah. When he was Happy Corbin. Like, you know, there's always going to be that sort of filler, and I think filler is good. I think that, you know, like a big
I said earlier, I like when companies are throwing shit at the wall.
Yeah.
I like that. I like seeing that process.
Yeah. Like you should not try and just like have a cake for every course. sometimes you should have some toast as well.
Yeah.
Some granola.
So yeah, I'd only really heard like negative hearsay about from the old heads about this Hurt and Dusty era, and maybe if you are similar age to us, born in the 90s, you might have a similar experience. But you should go check it out for yourself. It's good. It's good stuff.
Yeah. And
Get
if
on
you
that Google Drive with the TV shows, and just feast for a bit and watch this show because it's great.
Yeah. And if you still disagree, fuck you!
Fuck off! Yeah, my experience couldn't be much further removed from that. Even if it is just basing it off 1 month, okay. But I would like to check out more.
Yeah.
And I think I already put a couple of shows on my list. So.
Yeah, like I was talking about, like this is like a pivotal moment. Rick Rude's now here. There's going to be the Dangerous Alliance, and they're going to have tag matches every week that are good. So. Yeah.
So that's what we think. But Grapplometer, first things do.
Grapplometer, get in here, you spooky son of a bitch.
Oh, you're spooky, Grapplometer. It's going to provide a verdict that could be most terrifying. Oh.
Grapplometer time, bitches. It's time for the Grapplometer, motherfucker. Yeah.
12. Oh, 12. So, yeah, that confirms what we were saying. The amazing show.
Yep, absolutely. Grapplometer never lies.
Mm-hmm. And, Connor, what's next? What's
next?
Aus der nächstes?
Well, next time, gonna go in our time machine, and we're gonna make a little trip back to where we once were, 1998, and we're also gonna go back to a place that we find very precious because it's our home. It's 1998 Capital Carnage.
Whoa! UK pay-per-views.
Yes, indeed.
Fuck yeah!
I had a VHS of this as a child. I know it very well.
Ah, lovely.
I did not spill Iron Brew on this one.
I watched fucking. I think it was Insurrection from like 2001, maybe, where they had Eamon Holmes like celebrity guest. It's Eamon Holmes. So yeah.
Just you wait.
Who knows what they're gonna?
On Capital Carnage.
Can't wait. Sick.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that's like one we should like be doing like 4 weeks of TV for.
Maybe just the Fed.
Oh yeah, certainly.
There's no need for the what did I even call it?
The Reelsons.
The Reelsons.
Yeah.
I think they'll be obsolete here, but yeah. Is that before or after the stuff that we watched?
It's after. It's like it's between Survivor Series and Rock Bottom.
So I'm probably gonna know what's going on. So that's cool.
Yeah. So that's what's coming up next. We're going back to jolly old England. I always remember the VHS to say like the WWF goes across the pond, and it's like me at 4 years older. I was like, pond, what?
Well, there's only a pond separating us. That's amazing.
Yeah, very lackadaisical term for it, the ocean. But yes, we came here and we're gonna see it.
Sweet. And all that's left now is for a very spooky loaf of bread. Oh.
I can get myself a nice mushroom. All I like is man. I can get myself a nice more, I can't get a nice